I think we gotta move, man. Go back in the channels, get out of the wind.
What channel?
Just the one right around the corner here. We'll go into that one first.
All right. Sorry for the slight entertaining delay this morning. I believe when that stuff happens, I think competitors of head-to-head are trying to shut down the stream.
Yeah, they clog it up and slow it down and shut it off.
Yep. I think it's. I think they're scared. They're scared of the head-to-head. So, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully that slight little malfunction won't happen again this morning. But the wonderful world of technology, you just never know. Boy, there's some beautiful houses right there. Brian's rocking that nice AFCO. I believe that's a Hydronaut. Came in and took advantage of the H2H10 code on the website. Nice thing too about these channels this time of year is that obviously the temperatures are a little bit warmer in there, and there's a lot of panfish moving in those spots to get ready to spawn, so that probably brings in most of the bass as well. Some good crappie and bluegill fishing in some of those channels.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good morning, good morning. We're back here. We appreciate your patience. For those of you who are working at home right now, probably get that once in a while. Oh my God.
Well, get a look at that. Show them that one. That's our live well.
Oh, he's taking them over the bow.
We can put fish in there and they can swim around.
Are you kidding me?
Wow. Well, if he truly is anchored, that's going to pull his bow down every time a big waves come through. If those waves are so inconsistent on Lake Winnebago that it'll pull his bow down and he'll take him over the bow like that, and you can have 3, 4, 5 inches of water come over the bow. That'll fill your boat up quick. This is a situation here where you can see his bilge pumps. Both of them are running constantly, and this can actually get unsafe. He can fill his boat enough that it could get unsafe if his bilge pumps quit.
I mean, how long would you actually deal with those kind of conditions before you decide, like you said, that it's just not safe?
Yeah, if that camera guy didn't wear the right boots this morning, his feet are soaked. I've been out on this lake when it has gotten bad during a storm and filled my boat up, speared a couple waves, filled my boat up, and my bilge pumps quit. And we were, I would say, 2-3 miles out in the lake yet, and we barely made it back in. And I had my boat was so full of water I could lift open my back hatch where my batteries are, and it was full to the top.
What?
Yeah, it was a scary moment. It was my tournament partner and I, and we were out practicing.
Yeah.
They don't like it, but they know what it is.
Yep. I got lucky enough that knew a guy that took me to the peat ponds where Bill Dance does a lot of his filming.
Okay.
That was cool.
No.
That guy's got the easiest gig in the world.
You think? Give me a lure. I'm gonna catch some fish. You'll sell the shit out of it.
Sitting a little 16-foot, whatever.
Hey, Roland Martin, the helicopter lure. Hoo-hoo. It sold. It definitely sold. And yes, I bought one.
Flying minnow.
Hey, now that sucker works. Don't have any parts left of it, but yeah.
All right, so obviously here while
A
we
little surprising. I actually thought they'd be here more today than yesterday.
You're going to kind of notice during the slight technical difficulties, if you look at the scoreboard, some anglers caught some fish. We'll do our best to bring you those replays as they get loaded up and ready to go. But you're looking at, you know, a real potential heavyweight battle here with Nick Schertz and Mike Mann, and both anglers have one fish for a grand total of Mike's got 3 pounds 4 ounces, and Nick is only 4 ounces short with a 3-pounder in a boat already.
Good quality.
Kind of look at Justin and Matthew Ward. Very good. Justin, during the issue we just had, caught a fish there, a 4-pound 2-ouncer. Matthew's still looking for his first fish. Before we went live again here for after that difficulty here, we heard Meng Lee saying he's going to probably pull off the main lake and go channel fishing. So I don't know how much longer Matthew Ward's going to go through those kind of conditions.
Yeah, you know, in this situation, if he doesn't get a bite, catch a fish, you know, I would say, man, if it were me in an hour with only 5 hours to fish, it may not be worth staying out there battling the waves. And, you know, it makes it hard to present your bait the right way. It's just a tough deal to fish in. You know, Justin's 4-pound 2-ounce fish is the biggest fish we've seen caught in the tournament.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point. I just can't believe how much water's in the bottom of his boat already.
Yeah. Still, look at that.
Oh, there's Justin's hooked up.
I think it'll maybe make it. I don't know. It's gonna be close. Serious? Yep. Come on, hit that 2-pound mark. I don't think she's gonna make it. $112. Yeah. Come, big. Anchor. Close. And your mom's with her.
There he's actually checking the Way Live scoreboard, getting the updates.
Better soon, so we can go fishing. Cool. Hey, they called us, said he had a heart attack and it scared the crap out of us, so. And he's my dad's younger brother. In great shape, too. Largemouth just have not pulled up.
Looks like Mike picked up a jerkbait. You know, we saw yesterday with Nick fish in those backwater channels like that, he is potentially kind of going over some, pick and choosing the spots he wants to fish, just kind of leaving some fish for, you know, if he moves on throughout the week. So
Right.
I think both of these matchups that we look at right here have some good spots lined up and haven't really even touched their best stuff yet.
I think so. Yeah, Nick catching the weight that he caught so early set himself up for the ability to maybe drive around, do a little scouting for today, and then lay off some of his better fish. We'll see.
Yeah, a lot of people are in here asking, you know, if how long Matthew Ward's going to be out there, and you know, it's totally up to them to make that decision.
Right, and I think that's why he was checking that app to see if he was behind, which he is, and I think that'll make his decision a little easier. You know, he's got the potential out there to catch good-sized fish. He only caught 3 fish yesterday, and he had 8 pounds, so he had a decent size. He just didn't catch that many. Smallmouth are notorious for here today and gone tomorrow, so you got to be good at making a decision on when to move and when to stay and how long you're going to really sit on one spot.
It's almost like Matthew Ward and Nick Schertz should switch boats for the conditions they're in right now.
Definitely.
I agree. I mean, that battle, we kind of hit it on a couple different times. There's some awesome battles. All these battles are awesome, but a lot of people are excited for that Schertz man battle that's going on.
Yeah.
But all these anglers, like you talked about yesterday, Russell talked about, have the potential to put some big weights up today. Got the jitters out of their system. They've had a chance to kind of think about the conditions that are coming up, and
Yeah, the guys that fished on Monday obviously had the experience of fishing. They can make some changes, make some adjustments. You can see some of the guys aren't starting in the same areas that they had fished on Monday. And then watching the guys yesterday, maybe changing their tactics a little bit to see, you know, hey, we saw, you know, so-and-so catch a lot of good fish on a...
South wind, I got a spot that I would hit. If you get out of the wind a little bit more, it might be easier to fish, but the straight east wind is killing me.
Mark, for this event, for the Bago Bass event, they meet at a central location and are allowed to trailer.
It's not totally trashed yet.
You know, we just heard Matthew make a comment about the water clarity. He said it's not that bad yet, it's not trashed yet, which is a big factor when the wind gets up. The lake being as shallow as it is, it becomes dirty and muddy real quick when the wind is strong. And that can really put a damper on the smallmouth fish, and smallmouths are notoriously a sight feeder, and they can be a little more tight-lipped when it's dirty. You got to make precise casts to get it closer to them. They're not going to chase it for a long ways because they can't see it.
So here we got a couple of comments in here, and you know, like Clint says, not sure his batteries are going to be able to hold up. Does he run the risk of some of the gear, the equipment in that boat with all that water coming through there?
Boy, I don't know. You know, as good as all the boats are with funneling and channeling water, you know, I would bet that everything's going to be wet in that boat somewhere. You know, water's going to get in. If he is truly spot locked, then yeah, he would run out of battery.
Yeah, and I believe we've actually saw that he's anchored. He's physically anchored.
He's got an anchor.
And that's
out.
where all that water, like Troy said earlier, if he's anchored, that anchor, when the waves come, pulls the front end of the boat down,
Yeah.
and it just allows the water to come rushing over the front.
The big thing with the lake is the waves are very inconsistent on Lake Winnebago. It's a lot more. It's what we would consider it's like a washing machine. When you're running it, when you're driving it, you can't judge the waves. You can't get any timing when you're trying to, go across them. It's a brutal place to drive a boat.
Notice Justin's just taking his time, slowly moving that bait through that area. There's fish there. There's got to be. I mean, that just looks like a bass, a bass
Right.
haven. But, leaving that bait in front of that fish's face a little bit longer than you normally would is going to probably increase your chances of a bite.
Yeah, I'd like to see the replay on his 4-pounder, see if he did catch it out of that tree.
Trey's on. What's up, Trey? Back to Nick's shirts. Some of the people in the chat were saying earlier on Matthew's boat, it looks like his pumps had stopped pushing water out. I guess I didn't notice that. Did you that time?
It's probably on a float switch. So, Nick's hooked up.
There's a good fish.
That one might weigh. Looks close.
Too short.
Yeah, little guy.
Mm.
This is day 3, yep. Good morning, Jeff.
Look like Nick's still flipping that tube that he was flipping yesterday.
Yeah, we had somebody ask, is
I
he
think
throwing a
it's the same
chatterbait?
spot to get
I think
fish.
you're right.
Yeah, he's still flipping that tube, it looks like. Yeah, what I thought I saw yesterday was a black neon tube and possibly a purple tube.
Got a question here. What order the lake's going to be fished for the Delavan Geneva Whitewater event? I believe they're listed in the order as you see them on the registration page. Kyle Carpenter will be joining on the chat here a little bit later on, so that'd be a good question to ask him. Morning, Ronald. Oh, here we go.
Yep, Brian Ice hooked up.
I'm not flipping shit today. Good fish. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Good 2.5 at least.
Fatty.
Yeah, well, 2.5, but still best fish I've caught in 4 days.
Good fish for Brian.
Looking for the scale, I'm sitting right here. Zeros? Two nine. 2.9?
Boy, he was accurate on his weight.
Yeah, that a boy, Brian. That's awesome.
Mwah! Thank you.
You got to keep kissing them like that.
Why?
So I can, that's good. That's good for the live.
Oh, I always
No one
kiss my
does that.
fish. Fish are good people. All right, I click on my name. Why won't it? Oh, I gotta refresh it. For a new catch.
Matt asked a question. Why did Brian smack the mouth of that last bass?
Submitting.
So sometimes when you have a jig fish or even just a Texas rig hook, sometimes when you try to get them out, the bend in the hook doesn't allow you to turn it just right to pop that barb out of that hook, out of that fish's mouth, and just keeping the hook straight the way it went in, you can pop it back out if you just hit it straight down back into the mouth.
Pretty colors.
Yeah. That is.
He was way out here.
Getting a good shot of here of Neil Wazinski. Yep, easy way to pop the hook out, basically. Brad Fuller's on this morning. What's up, Brad? You can see Brad's company logo there, Omega Custom Tackle, flying across the bottom of the screen. Brian says he's happy that you're up this early. Oh.
Yeah, one of the comments just scrolled across. It said, "It's too bad the Dink Fest is actually canceled today."
Yeah.
And he's right. Everybody's got a fish. At least in every match, there's a fish caught. Still looking for a couple of guys to put one in the boat.
So, question from Jason says, "Where's Mang?" Mang Lee decided to abandon his game plan for the start of the day, and he's making a run right now. So, during these long runs, these cameras is just a little tougher on them. So they kind of just close up shop, and once they get to their spot, we'll fire up their stuff and get back to Mang Lee, because that's another one that everybody's excited to be watching.
And with the way the waves are out there today, a long run could take a while. These guys could only, you might only be able to do 30 miles an hour out there today.
Brad says he says the same for you. What are water temps? I tell you what, we'll work on getting a word out to a couple of these anglers today and try to find out if they can do a kind of recap of water conditions, weather conditions out in their water. So, Tony Malakazan, what's up? He says we were scheming while you were sleeping. It's when the real work gets done.
Yeah. Little.
Oh,
Well, he's bigger than I thought. But he's still little.
TD Adams, what's up?
1.7.
Might make her, but yeah, I got them in there.
Yeah, I think Mike's right here, but it's too close. You got to weigh him.
Zeros.
Zeros.
Really? 112.
112.
Nice job, buddy. That's probably the same one that was just nibbling at it. He just picked it up and ran that time.
All right, so Mike Mann just weighed another fish that was just shy of the 2-pound minimum here for head-to-head fishing. And again, we ask for small favors throughout the course of the day, and one of them is help support head-to-head fishing by, Mike Mann's hooked up again.
Back-to-back casts.
So you think that could be a group of small males? They're getting areas ready for that female, or she could be up
seems
there?
bigger than the last one.
114.
So 114. Zeros.
Zeros.
I don't know why I clicked. 113?
113.
Come on. One more time. He feels heavier than that though too. Oops, sorry. Zero?
Zero.
Stop. 113.
113. Consistency
Well,
of
I'm
those
having
Rapala
fun.
scales.
They are consistent.
Oh, he's getting there.
Yeah, but 1/10 of an ounce at a time.
Hopefully 6 more from there.
So obviously, we're trying to say here before Brian or Mike caught another fish. Do us a favor and like and share this with your friends, your groups, if you may be a part of, whether you're a walleye nut or a bass crazy angler. Get out there and share it for the world to see head-to-head fishing. Today is going to be an absolute shootout. There's going to be some big fish caught. We're only an hour into the event, and there's been a lot of fish caught today. So it's exciting, exciting, exciting stuff. And remember that we're on YouTube as well. So if you want to kick back, put your feet up, and watch it on the big screen, go over to the YouTube page. And while you're over there, do us a favor and subscribe and
That was weird.
like and comment too. Comments are a good way to get get us out there a little bit more for people to see. So we appreciate it, all you guys can do for us. So thank you very, very much. There we go. There's Mang Lee. He's back on the old screen here, so he got to his spot safely. That's a good sign. Mang Lee again has got one fish here during the competitor shutdown. I'm going to start calling it from right now. He entered in a 2-pound, 14-ounce fish, and now you can see his competitor Neil is still looking for his first fish. So as we will get the chance here, we'll kind of recap some of the battles. Some of like this Lopez and Aish battle, that's down to 15 ounces already. I mean, there's a lot of day left here, but it's been a lot of chat about the into mouth stickers. People are excited to have those on their boats, their cars. We appreciate that support. Here's a link to Into Mouth. Yeah, I worked with Megan, our graphic designer, yesterday. We came up with some ideas for the Dink Fest stickers,
Oh, yeah.
Dinkpalooza.
Dinkpalooza.
Let's go Dinkin'. So those stickers are in design, and it's unfortunate though that the gentleman that makes those stickers is filming today, one of these awesome anglers. So Mike can't hear me, so get off the boat and get in here and print some stickers up for people. They're excited for those.
No one home.
The other thing too, for those who have hats on pre-order, that order's picking up pace here. We got some word that they're closing in on getting that going, so it's shouldn't be only a couple more weeks, hopefully. By a couple, I mean at least 4 to 5. Matthew Delhomme knows, did Kyle pick a 10,000 winner yesterday? I will ask him. Matt England's out turkey hunting this morning. He says it's 20 degrees in Chile. Good luck, everybody here in Wisconsin. Starts the second season this morning. I know our buddy Justin Lurkey, I believe, has got a tag for this morning.
I hunted opening morning, and it was cold. It was 21 degrees, same thing. And I luckily the day before, 2 days before, I put my blind out and put a heater in there.
That's a smart move.
Yeah.
Raymond says we need a sticker that says follow me to Dinkville. I don't think you'll get a lot of people following you.
Nope. So yeah, here we can see Matthew Ward is just letting out a bunch of anchor rope, and looks like he might be relocating on his spot by a couple feet.
Curious to see if we can see that buoy marker again. Oh, I like Chad says, Dink stickers need to incorporate something regarding 59 minutes, 59 seconds left with time. It's closing in on that hour point. That's awesome. Oh, Lurkey got one this morning. That's awesome. Yeah, because we had mentioned that... somebody in the comments had said that you should have a sticker that says follow me to Dinkville. Is that trash bag?
Looks like he caught some trash.
Tim Meyer says that Smalley train has left the station, referring to Russell's train comments all the time. I don't know if the comments were going... Oh, it did.
Justin set the hook hard, but came up with a stick.
Stick bass.
I think.
Those are not scoreable. I had sent some comments out. I don't know if they went through on the chat when we were kind of down there, but just kind of curious. I like to ask every morning what people did for breakfast or what they have planned for breakfast. I'm pretty stoked. I got a whole chicken in the brine right now. Gonna smoke that baby.
That's the stuff that blows me away.
Gonna smoke in my Bradley. I still haven't decided on a pellet grill system yet.
No, I've been looking at a pellet grill too. I've been doing the same thing.
You're in a boat with Russell and I.
Yeah. Yeah.
The chat's been very helpful with that, to the point where they're a little too helpful.
Yeah. 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 I didn't know what brand, and do I get one that I can actually sear my meat on too?
I think you need. That's what somebody had said in it. Yeah. It's super critical.
Yeah.
Here we go. It just makes me hungry too when they come through here. We got some egg and cheese bagel, a banana nut muffin, Coke, and a boiled egg. Dinkville, where every ounce matters. That's a pretty good one. Oh, see now, Brad, I'm kind of leaning towards that Pit Boss. I think they're pretty dang affordable. Rectech again. We're getting a Rectech a lot. Rice eggs at work. Awesome.
All right, fish on that cast. Ready?
All already.
Help me out. Come on.
Boy, we had a little flurry with fish right away in the morning within the first half hour, and it's kind of quieted down.
Yeah, there were so many fish caught that we crashed our servers. Coffee and a cigarette. Ooh, wild boar breakfast patties. That sounds pretty good. Oh, congratulations, Eric, to your 8-year-old daughter. That's awesome. With a 10-inch beard.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, I have not seen the Weber pellet grill yet. Sold at Lowe's.
Got in my car the other day and it smelled bad, and I was like, what the heck? I don't have any food in here or anything. And I forgot I had my waders all wet in my trunk.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I love the Dinkville ideas that are coming in.
That one's good.
There's a nice comment for you, Troy. You're the Tony Romo of Head to Head.
Hey, thanks, Jordan. Except for the money part.
Yeah, the Green Mountain Grills too. Tony Malika, that's a good call on that one. Fell asleep the other night doing my research, looking and reading reviews, and Green Mountain was one that got a lot of good reviews. How many people fishing today? There's 8 anglers fishing today. Yeah, I think somebody actually sent us that video from Spaceballs where the guys were marching, the Jawas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, since we're down to 8 today, I think I'm going to implement contacting these guys a little bit more here today and getting some questions. So again, we're gonna ask for some viewer interaction on that. Again, we can only bother these guys so much during the stream, so we're gonna kind of filter through some of your questions, as they're pertinent to the stream. Look at that thing. He's got a rooster tail from his village pump. So we're gonna do our best to feed some comments, some questions out to these anglers today, and so if we don't get to your question, I do apologize in advance. It's just I have a feeling that once we start getting this rolling here, it's gonna be nonstop. I mean, here's the deal. We're an hour in. He has not yet put a fish in the boat. I'm an armchair angler right now, and I'm saying I'd be moving. Right. With my experience out there, you walk a fine line with trying to make a decision on if you really feel the fish are there, if you really know that you've got an area that the fish are sitting in, and you just got to wait for the right time for them to start biting, or you got to make that cast, that presentation just right, then you stay. But with only 5 hours, it changes a little bit of your strategy. Also, with him being able to see what his competitor has, might also change his strategy.
Yep.
You know, he could, Matthew Ward right here could catch up in one fish.
Correct.
He could catch some really big smallmouth out here. So it's a tough decision to make. The downfall to a day like today is when you try to make those decisions to move, the move can take you so long because the water is so rough. And if you want to go on Lake Winnebago, sometimes your moves are, you know, 5, 6, 7 miles, and
Let's get this keeper.
you beat your equipment up. You know, obviously he's taking waves over the bow now, and he's going to take them over the bow when he starts driving. And
Right.
it gets rough.
Well, as much water is in there, it could actually make him take more, right? Because
Yeah,
sitting
if
lower
he
in
can,
the water.
yeah. So at this point, he's going to have to idle a little bit and let his pumps pump a lot of that water out because he's going to become real heavy, which is a dangerous thing. Like I said, with my boat, I got so heavy that I could almost not keep my boat on plane or my nose up, and that's how you sink your boat.
This isn't my skipping rod, but it works.
Frank's got a question. He's interested in fishing head-to-head. Well, it's pretty easy to get all that information. I'll share the registration page with you right here. It's just simple. You can go to H2Hfishing.com. All the information, the rules for all the events. If you're interested in becoming a sponsor of H2H, just like the fine sponsors you see flashing across the screen today with Sportamotive. 35 years in the biz. Boats and UTVs and ATVs. I mean, all you have to do is go to H2Hfishing.com and let us know you're interested.
Oh, damn it, let go.
Somebody else's line, which is attached to a stick.
That was good. It's called structure.
It was.
I got that area all shook up now.
I think a lot of Mang Lee fans out there are waiting for a Maje year. Start blowing up the chat with it. Let's go. Let's root them on. Let's root all these anglers on here. If I remember correctly, I thought we were going to call these the Fintastic 8.
That's not bad.
It's not mine. I can't take credit for it. Yeah, where did it just go? Chris says Ward is glancing at his graph enough that he must be looking at fish. That's keeping him out there. Something's keeping him out there in those kind of conditions. Mike Mann's putting a hook set on another bass.
And another one, nothing.
It's a little bit of a replay of yesterday. Mike caught a lot of fish, a lot of those 1.6 to 112s, 113s. These male fish just...
He's choosing not even to weigh that one.
You know, I'm very familiar with this area Mike's in and spent a lot of days tournament fishing in it and, you know, catching a lot of these male fish. And just outside where Mike's heading to his left here is a big wide open bay, Boom Bay. And we would go out into Boom Bay and fish along the cattails and the reed points. And we would find our female fish a lot of times out in that bay. They'll spawn in that bay, but a lot of them are just out in that bay waiting to come into this channel to spawn with these males. So maybe that's what he's doing. He's going out to the end. He did not fish out there yesterday. Maybe he's going to go out there today.
I'm going to kind of sign off here for a little bit. Russell's anxious to get back on the chat, and I think people are anxious to get on the chat. But I do have one question, silly or not, let me know. Brian's talking here.
My cameraman's lazy. He probably didn't get it yet.
Oh, you can see it.
The fish color that Mike's been catching lately seem to be a lot darker. Is that any significance? Are they coming from the deep up to the shallows, or?
I think that those fish, those ones that are real bright colored fish. Those are the fish that were out in that bay, out in Boom Bay. Boom Bay has a really dark bottom.
Okay.
And typically you're going to have that fish is going to have real dark colors on its back. My experience out there, that is what those fish looked like in the bay. They'd have that real gold color, real dark back. So I think those are fish that are coming from the lake, moving up inside that channel.
Gotcha. All right. That's what I was looking for. All right, I'm going to sign off for a little bit. Russell's going to join you here in a couple seconds and spit some knowledge on you. So I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, all right.
Morning, Russell.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Give me the rundown. What are we looking at here?
Well, we had a really good start to the morning for these guys. Some really nice sized fish brought in, but it's slowed here in the last 45 minutes or so. Some small fish caught, but not many weighable.
I think we'll see that 10 o'clock bite going kind of a little bit later in the morning when I want to say when the sun comes up, but I don't think it's coming up today, or not coming out anyway.
Yeah, I saw the forecast, and I don't think it's going to change much. If the sun comes out, I think you might see more fish caught. But what these guys might have to do is, instead of casting right up to the bank, these fish might pull off a little bit. And because the sun isn't out, they don't need to be up under these trees. See how far out he hooked that fish?
Yeah.
That fish was all the way out by the boat.
You got going on there, Mike?
Northern pike.
Yeah, but it was a pike.
Yeah.
Damn thing smacked it too.
These guys are seeing a lot of pike for sure in these back channels.
Yeah, that's
Kind of surprised that I don't think we've seen a walleye yet, have we?
no, we haven't.
Thank you.
I think if we would have had more smallmouth fishermen out on the lake, I think we would have seen more walleye caught. But a lot of these guys are catching these pike. They're in Lake Poygan, Lake Winnicott,
Yep.
which is full of pike.
Looking live at Nick Shirts.
Nick
here.
Shirts,
Somebody
yeah.
just asked where he's fishing.
Yeah, I think he's back into where he was yesterday, which I think is the Indian Point Channel
Okay.
in Lake Poygan.
He's down 8 ounces right now, or 6 ounces. Ooh, and he's hooked up right now,
Hooked up,
though.
just like that. With some of the quality he's been catching, this might be all right.
That's a keeper.
Yeah, that's a good fish.
If he can get that one in the boat. Smart man using the net, too.
Nice fish.
Yep, that'll be a weigher.
Close one.
Yeah.
It's fat, chunky.
Probably not.
Ooh, he doesn't think it's going to weigh. That surprises me.
Oh, yep, right there.
Still need him to wake up a little bit here.
Get your blood pumping. Get it?
$115,
Oh,
14, $115.
I'd weigh that again.
Yes, I think he should.
I'd weigh it again. He's not going to spend his time doing it, though.
Close, no cigar.
Nope.
Gotta keep catching them.
I think Nick's very confident in the area he's in,
Yeah.
and the fish that he had yesterday and saw yesterday. Looks like Matthew's dragging that tube with a St. Croix Legend Elite spinning rod.
Yeah, that'd be what I would be using, a spinning rod of some sort.
One of the most sensitive rods there is right there. That's some good equipment. Do you get out and do any bass fishing, Russell?
I don't. I'm going to be.
Missed a 3-pound fish while I was down.
Mang Lee just added a 3-pound fish to his catch. I think they were doing a battery change or something at the time, so we're watching Mang Lee right now kind of
Okay.
get readjusted here to. Looks like he started right in the channel right away. He didn't even go to his smallmouth spot, or
No, he was out in the
he
lake.
was?
He
Did
was.
he get his first fish there? Or not?
No.
No.
I don't think so.
You just use straight braid?
Yep. With how dirty this water is?
Don't matter.
Yeah. There's
Right.
no.
You
Anyways,
use,
I think
if
my
you go
daughter
to, like,
is-
Clinton Bay where the water's a lot clearer.
I know she's a bass fisherman, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do a little more of it because she definitely loves it.
Well, you got some good connections here with
Yeah.
Brian and Kyle, and they can tell you where to go and what to use. And
Yep. I was actually in the back before ordering her some saucy swimmers. She wanted.
Okay.
Like the Kitex.
Yep.
Know, and so she loves it. That's what matters. Yeah, Matt, usually I'm like, bass, really? Yeah, that is true. But whatever makes Lily happy. Not surprised, but Justin off to a good start with a nice one right away. I see. 4-pounder, is that the big one of the day so
that
far?
is the big one of the tournament so far.
Yeah. It's interesting how that works, right? When the guys that a lot of times struggle one day, they don't struggle the next type of thing.
Corey Weaver, I agree with your comment. I agree that he could change up his dragging technique, or I think what happens with these guys, and and I've been subject to it too, is it's cold, water's cold. You think you got to slow down, and you sometimes dragging that tube isn't really the way to go. Sometimes you got to hop it and get that reaction bite. I've had tournament days out here fishing smallmouth that there's so many rocks out here and so many places you get snagged up,
Yeah.
where you would actually have to get snagged.
Those are fish.
And you'd have to work your snag free and pop that snag off that rock, and the fish would
And
eat
then
it.
get the bite, yeah.
It would be that reaction bite, so
Weed.
you'd want to get snagged.
All right, we're gonna run.
Mike Mann's going to be on the move again, I think.
Sounds like it.
Such a pretty day.
Mike looks like he plans on making somewhat of a serious run. He's strapping his rods down.
Yep.
Just in case.
Brian Ice here, sitting on one fish. He doesn't have his favorite sweatshirt on today.
Nope.
Brian's down 15 ounces. Trent wants to know if rip and wraps work for bass.
They do. Any type of rattle trap works. It's just they each have their unique sound, Some wobble a little wider, some wobble, they have a real tight wobble. And but yeah, rip and wraps definitely work. Now, the rip and wraps are huge in the walleye world.
Yep.
Obviously, you know that. And then the custom colors are, it seems like you can't keep them in stock. You're constantly trying to get new colors. And when one gets hot, they sell out. And I would assume it's the same for bass. And, there's not too many custom painters around here for bass lures.
Right.
Can't really see that well. It's black letters.
Yeah. We're looking at Brian's sweatshirt right now. Pretty cool. It's hard to see with a little bit of glare, I think, with the low light conditions. But it says, "What are you looking at, you two-legged freak?" He's had a couple of nice sweatshirts the last couple days. He's got some humor in it. You got to give him some
great
credit
sense
for that.
of humor.
Yeah. Seems like a really cool dude.
We're looking at Matthew Ward pulling in his anchor rope. He's probably got 50.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Gotta love it, huh? Woo!
Ugh. That's a nice anchor.
Have some fun. Let's get crack some smallies. I'm messing around.
And people say that tournament fishing's easy.
Yeah.
See right there what you're dealing with. Ming Lee has spent a lot of time since I've come in not fishing.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure what he's got going on, but he's spending a ton of time not fishing.
Yeah.
Looks like he's spraying scent or something on his bait now.
Yeah.
Is that same jig with a creature bait that he
Yeah,
was
a little
using?
finesse jig, maybe a little small flipping jig, but he is sitting right in the same area that Dave Van Dyke was in towards the end of the day when he made that run on day one.
Van Ert?
Or Van
Yes.
Van Ert, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yep.
Yep. And
That's that same one?
that's that
Okay.
same area.
All right. I kept asking you about that. Yeah.
But I don't use them here as much.
With that?
I just did spot lock to keep your sorry.
Tyler, I'm not quite sure that I would wonder why I shouldn't have bass fished my whole life. I saw your comment, but I will definitely do a lot of bass fishing going forward, I'm sure, with Lily being so interested in it. And it's really cool with the high school teams and stuff now are doing it. Lily's she's 11, so she's a couple of years away from that too, so hopefully she can participate in that.
Yeah, speaking of the high school fishing, Brian Eisch is
Shirts is hooked
Nick.
up.
I got him. It felt better, but it's still not what we're looking for. That one on the scale quick.
He again doesn't think it's going to be 2 pounds.
He's short for sure. Just might as well not take a chance. Yeah, 1.5 pounder.
Okay.
They're chunky fish. Felt solid when I set the hook into that one. Just need a couple more big girls.
Looking live at Ming Lee right here.
This is another area that is similar to what Mike Mayen is fishing. Just to the right of Ming here, there's a bridge. And he's hooked up. Look at that.
Look
at
how
the
fat
belly
that
on
is.
that
That's
one.
a female getting ready to spawn for sure.
I'll go two. Yep.
So barely hooked, man.
That's normally a 1.5 pounds.
See that belly?
Yeah, dude. That's
That is chunk.
Reels? Yep. Oh, smell that garlic. She can smell it too. On the dot.
2 pounds on the dot.
On the dot. Like I said, that's normally a 1.5 pounds.
Yeah. God, that's fat. A chunky monkey. Thank you, girl.
That one will add for Ming Lee.
Yeah. Good fish.
He's got something figured out with that bait for sure, because I'm pretty confident that's the same bait he was throwing for smallmouths. He's catching both, you know, largemouth and
Yep.
smallmouth on that. That's nice when you can do that, because when you got a confidence bait, you can
You're almost
jump
at your
spots,
weight
jump
from
species
Monday.
even, and still
Definitely.
catch them. That's really nice.
Yep.
We had 8.6 Monday, I think.
Any
When-
clue what tail you think that is?
It,
Hard to tell.
it,
but
it is hard to tell. It looked maybe like a Strike King,
Right.
the Rage Claw,
That's what I was
Craw,
thinking, yeah,
something
yep.
like that. Here we go, Mike.
Sure.
Ah. It's an interesting way to toss an anchor, Mike.
She holding?
You know, Russell, I think my grandpa used to do that. Same thing with
Yeah.
the anchor.
Yeah, I believe it.
Perch fishing, you'd toss a big anchor out and it would hit the rocks and it would draw the perch in.
Yep,
So, I mean, maybe that's what Mike's looking at right here.
it could be. No shot at Mike, but that anchor looked like it might be as old as my grandpa
Yeah.
too, though.
Anchor here in a couple minutes. The wind's that bad.
Oh, poor Mike, he
But
can't
yeah,
hear
we'll
us.
switch up in a minute.
Oh, he will.
I can spin the boat around the opposite way too. Oh, I thought that was a fish.
Well, maybe he'll make us look silly and start catching some fish there.
Oh, I think he will. Mike's obviously a great fisherman. I'm going to share a link to those Strike King Rage Tail Craws, because to me, when I was looking up tails before, that kind of stuck out like it looked like something that he could have on there.
Yep.
Being only a 4-inch too. And we even have it in that chunk, the 3-inch.
Yep,
yeah.
in the 3-inch chunk, that would be another. His bait looked really small. It looked like
It
a finesse style. So you'd go with a 3-inch style bait there. And
I think I might pick Willie up a few of those, because I'm really excited about those new, I mentioned it yesterday, those new Omega Baby J jigs.
Yep.
They're getting them on today on the website. And he's hooked up.
look at that.
And he lost him. Darn it.
That was a good fish. And he didn't come back. Oh, there's another bite.
There you go.
of course, this is a smaller one.
Stopped you good when you set the hook.
What's that?
So when you set the hook, it would have looked like it.
No.
He stopped you.
Not a bit.
They're working on getting those new Omega Baby J jigs on, and I think that with that smaller tail. You know,
Yeah, definitely.
Especially in a colder environment right now.
Yep.
Walleye fishing, salmon fishing, whatever it is for me. If it's early in the season, late in the season, cold weather, I like to downsize baits. You know, just to give a little bit less of a profile.
Yep.
Not as intimidating to them. You can see Mike's using a fairly small tube.
Yeah, it
there,
looks like
too.
it's a pretty slender tube that he's got going there.
There's some good smallie tubes I just shared.
I'm gonna go slow. You don't have to go very far. I gotta get us on.
Bookham Dano says the anchor toss produces fish. Apparently it does. I think he was
That's-
going with that tactic like you said.
Yeah, that's what my grandpa said.
He's trying to stir up the bottom.
Yep.
Maybe get some of them crayfish going down there, get the bass activated.
This other one's a sharper break. A lot more rock on the break. And it holds more fish. If I'm gonna get bit, it's gonna be on the other one. I caught 2 fish off it and I lost 3 on that spot.
Oh, jeez. There's a stump right there. Thank you. And they get a fish off of it.
See that?
Yeah.
Nice. Just like I was talking before. Get a snag, pop it off.
So he's back in that same
Man,
spot
it'd be
from
nice
yesterday.
if it was a keeper, but no.
Right. That fish must have been sitting there watching that thing stuck.
Gotta love when that works.
That's where he ended yesterday, right?
Sorry.
Yes, it is.
He was casting more parallel with the
Right.
bank yesterday along the wood there. And he is, oh, I guess he is now
I
too.
think he's doing what he's doing now because of the wind. Mike doesn't have spot lock. He doesn't have talons or poles, so I
Right.
think he's doing this just for boat positioning and to stay in one spot.
Yep.
Mike has probably fished this spot for 30 years.
Mhm.
So he's fished it from every angle with every wind direction. So he's got a lot of experience doing this and knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, and they're going to set up on that piece of structure, that bank, a little bit differently.
Yeah, if
probably
you can
based
look,
on
you
it.
know, as he's facing, he's facing upstream, so that Wolf River would be flowing down to his left, and that seawall creates a current seam there. So these fish are setting up on that current seam.
You feel like Mike's getting frustrated a little bit.
I think it is with him is he knows what the potential is here, and he knows if he misses a fish, and it could be a 4-pounder, because there's a lot of good quality fish that'll set up here in the spring.
I just need that game changer. I know there's some big females down there. This is where they like to hang.
Justin's working a channel I don't feel like I've seen anybody work yet. Or an area there. Looking live back at Meng Lee and Neil Wazinski. Meg's sitting on a decent lead again like he was
Yeah,
on
he's
Monday.
got a decent weight.
You feel like Meng's probably going to have 15 pounds today. I mean, he's just pretty solid.
If I'm not mistaken, he ended his first round with 3 fish.
Yes.
And he's already got 3. We got 3 hours left, so
He did leave his A spot on day 1. Now he did go into channels and stuff just like this, but he did leave his A spot. I think he left to leave it alone, but obviously that part didn't pan out for him, as he went back there this morning and didn't get
Right.
it. So
now, I was saying before, one thing about the spot that Ming is in is that bridge. You go under that bridge, it leads up into a really long, big backwater, and the fish will go up in there to spawn. So, as he's sitting here, he's probably got fish coming to him, getting up, getting ready to stage, and he's catching some decent-sized fish out of here. And we saw, Dave Van Aert go on a little run in the afternoon right here. I fished this spot that Ming is in before, and where his boat is sitting, that current comes out from underneath that bridge, and it hugs the bank that he's fishing, where those trees are.
Yep.
So it's deep on that side, but right where his boat's sitting, it's very shallow. There's a sand cut right there. There's just a little sand ledge. And I had pulled up in there one day and just throwing my jig directly in the center of the channel, right along that sand cut, and I think I went 13 casts, 13 bass.
wow.
And some good ones, some 2 3/4, 3-pounders. Granted, it was not on a tournament day, which that's usually when that happens.
Yep.
But it is a very good, very productive spot where fish can really stack up. I'm surprised we don't have any crappie fishermen there by the bridge.
Yeah, I haven't heard a lot about the crappie bite yet, but it should be going. It's like Meng might be donating a jig. Nope, he got it.
I think his cameraman said he was fishing with braided line, so
Yeah.
pretty good chance he'll get that back.
Do you like 65 or 80 pound or 50?
I usually don't go any higher than 50.
Okay. Wait, you can tell that one bit it hard and was hanging on there.
Yeah.
Doesn't look to be very big though. Jeez, that.
You never know with a smallmouth, but ding.
Yeah.
What's up?
Looking live here at Justin and Matthew. Mike Maninick shirts here.
Dragging crap on bottom here.
I agree, Raymond. Justin looked like he was digging hard for something specific.
Come on, Mr. Smalley, pull it off for you.
He's going to move, or is he relocating, you think, at that spot?
I think he's going to pull his anchor and go get his bait.
Gotcha. No, he's just kind of repositioned.
Maybe he's running low on those centipede worms.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah. He got it back. That, or he's a believer in the fact that when you get a few bites on one, you want to hang on to it as long as you can.
Yeah, it looks like he did decide to relocate just a little bit.
That's more or less where he was at yesterday. Now.
Yes, exactly.
Now he's going to parallel it up the bank,
Yep.
and he's just switched baits too.
Gonna throw a little jerk bait along there. For those who are wondering on the chat and watching live, Mike is not throwing out of bounds. We discussed that with him, and we saw the boundaries and saw where he's at, and he is very clear in bounds, making these casts.
Now we're easing back out. I was off the bow mount there and it kind of curled me in, and I didn't really want to get on it in case there's a fish up in there. Trying to stay off the motor, and now it's finally kind of easing me back out. It's so crucial in here, and when you get up in there close to the bank, to not get on that bow mount at all.
Chris, we believe that he's using Zoom centipedes.
Anybody at home want to know what I'm flipping?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
I was actually just gonna ask her.
Tossing a little baby booyah finesse jig with 3-inch beaver and got the double rattles on the back. Water's so cold and it's dirty in here. Give them a little sound.
Did you add those rattles?
Yep, added the rattles. And I'll put some scent on it just so they can find it. A lot of scents out there, but I like the chomper, garlic formula. Some good stuff.
That's pretty classic.
Nothing fancy. I might as well show off my other jig, huh? The other jig I'm throwing is the D&L tackle. With the crawl and no rattles.
Look, that might have been the net bait pack-a-craw.
D&L tackle jigs, you can get them at TRS. You guys carry them.
Yep.
Baby booyahs, you guys don't. You guys should.
I'll put in a good word.
Just a small, compact jig.
Short shank hook.
Yep, short shank hook.
Guessing he's probably using that football jig shape? Or?
No, it's going to be the flipping style or pitch and jig. It's going to have that cone-shaped head like that. I don't know if those are, yep, that 3/8 style probably. Looked about the size, maybe a 1/4 ounce, but Mainly hooked up.
He was hiding in there.
Yep.
Looks like a nice one.
Get your big butt in here!
Wow, that's a dandy.
Oh, they're
Holy cow.
all the big
Look at
ones
his
are in there.
eye.
Oh,
Oh, man. 2-minute penalty. Come here.
I just shared the link to
2-minute
those
penalty is not
jigs.
so. Why is his eye bulging out like
I
that?
don't know, but that's.
What
I seen
the
that.
heck?
I'm like, holy cow.
Serious? Yep. Doesn't that usually happen to fish when you bring them from real deep?
Yeah, but there's no deep water around
I
here.
know, that's weird. I can't
212.
believe that.
212.
2 pounds, 12 ounces. I thought that was 3.
Yep, I was thinking 3 too, but
They were bigger than that. Other 3.
not as fat though.
Oh, yeah.
A little longer.
I wonder if she can even see.
She hit it. She must have saw it.
Oh. You got the garlic on that one?
Yep, got the garlic on that one. She must have smelt it.
I thought you were going to get snagged in there too, man.
214? 2.
That's a pretty impressive fish.
yeah, very. That's 2 good back-to-back fish there for Ming in that spot.
That fish ended up weighing in at 2 pounds, 12 ounces. There's a lot of intensity going on right now. Feel like these guys are
This should
starting
be
to
deadly
get
through here.
jacked up. A lot of these matches are tight.
Then again, I lost that big one right away, and it probably spooked the rest of them. That was a good fish. That was another 6-pound walleye. How's that? We'll just make it that way.
Right.
Not big, big. Not big.
Boy, Mike has definitely caught a lot of fish in the last 2 days, but he's
Yeah,
caught a
he
lot of
did.
fish he couldn't weigh. Looking at Justin and Matthew.
A little bit yet. I want to hit the panic button yet. I know it's going to be a grind.
Looking live at Neil Wazinski, still looking to get on the board. I see a couple of you have asked why we haven't
Not
seen
gonna get a
Steve
lot of bites
Lopez.
on this
I'm
one,
not
mate.
sure if his
The
camera's
right ones.
goofed
Saw a
up
bite
or
right
what.
there.
I will try to find out.
Something swung at it and missed it. That
My
was a bite
spidey
for sure.
senses were right.
Yes, they were.
There's camera issues. I'm not sure if the camera issues are because of bad cell service in the spot he's fishing, or if it's just the camera itself, but we are working on it. We are working on it. Our amazing production team is on top of it. Good news for Lopez is I think he's still in the lead, so. Yep, scores are still accurate, so hopefully he remains in the lead.
I'm stunned here. Come on. Negative wind.
You know what's interesting today, Russell, is these guys in the channels are they're struggling a little bit today.
Yep.
You know, maybe it has something to do with the sun, and
There we go.
you know, he's catching them.
There we go. Get away from the wall. I got it up here. I got it up here. I'll be right here.
That went away.
That's a nice
It's
fish
about
there,
time.
Mike. That one away.
Once the fish is in the net, you can set him on the deck.
I can't.
Once he's in the net can come down on the deck.
I thought the net couldn't touch.
The net can't touch the boat or the side of the boat or the windshield.
Oh.
But you can set the basket of the net on the floor or on the platform. You just can't bang it off of seats.
Well, thank you for
windshields.
that. Okay. Zeros. Say 211. Probably not, but it'd be nice. 2-9.
2-9 confirmed.
Nice fish for Mr. Man. Still catching him on that centipede. He will not put that down all day.
I don't think he'll put that down all week as long as he continues to fish. It seems to be his go-to bait.
Yeah, I think it's glued to his hand permanently. I think he might even, you know, walk around the house with it in his hand.
Probably, yeah.
He keeps a bag of them in his pocket all the time. Nick Shirts might answer
Yeah,
Mike
Shirts
Man's
looks like
fish
he's
right
gonna
here.
answer. That doesn't look like a little fish. Well, it doesn't look giant, but it's sure pulling hard.
He's got it on a spinning rod, so he's got to be a little careful.
That's going to win.
That's more like it.
Yep. Just like we thought, this match is...
Any idea what that piece of plastic is there?
Looks like a Ned rig.
Close to, but
Yeah.
Maybe a Wacky Rig Cinco. It's hard to see how he's got it hooked there in the net.
I'm going to bet 2-2. What do you think?
skinny fish, so
0.
if it had the belly, it would be easy over, but it's gonna be real close. Oh, 2-0.
Oh, that's it.
2-0. We'll take it.
It just shows how accurate these guys are at looking at fish and judging size. And
Yep. Absolutely.
Good deal.
Well, Nico rigged yum dinger. Just try to slow it down, and almost quite a ways off a bank, so without the sun today.
looks like he's got a little Nico rig with a skirt peg in there too.
Some of the bigger fish might have just pulled out a little bit.
Yeah, it could be.
A yum dinger, he said.
Yes, and a yum dinger. Look like June bug color.
I'll share a link to the yum dingers.
Nick made a comment there, and he might be right. These fish might have pulled off the bank a little bit. I think I had said that earlier. But there's no sun, these fish might just pull off just a little bit off that bank. Where normally I think guys will pitch a jig or pitch a tube up to the bank, and they'll only work it back 2 feet, 3 feet. But now you may need to work it back, halfway to the boat to get your bites.
lost that one, Brian?
A groundhog. I caught a 29-inch walleye.
Oh yeah.
Lost that fish?
So you saying I'm gonna catch a 29-inch bass?
Nick Schertz's last fish does not count, as he casted before he put it in the app, so he lost that 2-pound fish. That's disappointing.
That is. It's going to happen, I think, with this new format. Guys are new. First time they've ever fished these.
Your guy
But
Neil has 0
Nick's a
pounds
smart
right
guy.
now.
He'll figure that out. That's
got
the
10 pounds
last
of
mistake
lemon.
he'll make, I think, doing that.
Looking live here at Mike Mann, who just caught a crazy break. Mike's weight still says 3.4. Did his fish get entered, or?
Makes it really hard to feel fish when the wind's blowing with me. Oh, that was a fish. Little. Getting bigger. It's right down here. Nope. Well, he's a heavy one, but I don't think so. Guarantee he's not, but 1.7.
What was that weight on your last?
2.9.
I agree with you, John Van Norman. It isn't Nick's
Did you get
first
it?
time. I think we just seen some guys scrambling a little bit.
Yeah, 1.7. Yeah.
For 7, the last fish then for 2.
Eric Hottie, I gotta admit, I 100% disagree with you on that. If you can't enter your fish weight in after you catch a fish, you probably shouldn't get the fish. I mean, if you're a golfer and you go and you golf a hole and you don't put your score down at the end of the round when you go to turn in your card, that hole doesn't count.
Yeah, it's a good point that our tournament director just pointed out too. It is no different than if you are in a 5-fish tournament, 5-fish limit, and you catch your 6th fish and are going to cull one of those fish out of your live well. You put those 6 fish in, and you do not cull that fish out. You leave it in the live well on accident. You stand up and make a cast. That fish you just caught is disqualified. So it is very similar in the fact that you have to enter your fish. It's no different than trying to cull a fish when you are, coming up with your 6th fish trying to cull one out of your live well.
Justin is back out in the lake.
Justin's on Lake Winnebago. You can see that. He looks like he just came out of the channel down by Black Wolf.
Brad, I agree with you. It's just kind of funny to me that if you read the chat, I mean, we could change 4 to 6 rules a day by what everybody would like us to change, and we're listening to it. I mean, we really are. But at the end of the day, you know, things like who moves on, highest weights versus versus matches. Well, the name of the tournament circuit is head-to-head for a reason. It's a head-to-head matchup, not a who weighs the most fish matchup. Other rules like taking care of the fish, whether they're, used a net or whether they lay them on the floor. I mean, we're doing the best we can here to try and make this the best tournament it can be. But at the end of the day, it is what it is.
And in the past couple of years, every big organization, every big tournament's trying to change fish care and trying to change the rules a little bit to be, let's just say, more friendly to the viewers.
I don't even know where he's at. Little guy.
I'd agree with you, Corey. I'll bet you if you ask Nick, he's not going to have an issue either. He's well aware of what the rule is, and I'm sure he feels bad for himself that he made that mistake, but he's not going to complain about it.
They're all fun. So you miss working the buyer?
Get on TV and the first thing I do.
Here we got Steve Lopez back.
Yeah, looks like we got Steve's camera up. That's good. And Brian Eish in that matchup. Steve's at 2 fish for 5 pounds 15 ounces. Brian's at 1 fish for 2 pounds 9 ounces. Looking live, Steve Lopez, Brian Eish. Do you have any idea where Steve is, you think? Looks like kind of a main road there next to him.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Brian, are we over 10K likes? Awesome. We are. Great. Jeremiah, thank you. I'll get Matt on that when he gets back in here. Do a random one? Okay.
I think Jeremiah thinks he should get the sticker.
Yeah, we'll do a YouTube sticker giveaway and a Facebook random sticker giveaway for the 10,000 likes. And we will do that at 11 o'clock. So if you want to remember that, 11 o'clock, we'll pick 2 names.
Russell's going to be taking a break here, and we got our tournament director, Kyle Carpenter, coming in.
Good morning, everybody.
So you liking what you see out there today, Kyle?
Yeah, it's been, we're working through some issues on our end here with the stream. Some cameras have some minds of their own, but I see Steve Lopez is back up, so that's good. Fishing's been a little tough this morning, but as the day goes, today's the first day of no sun.
Yeah,
so
right.
That could be affecting their
black or purple.
flipping bite a little bit.
And again, it was cold again this morning, last night. And,
yes, it was.
Yes, you look at it.
Dirt.
We haven't gotten a report on water temps, but I'm sure it's in the low 40s.
Told you, they take off the other one, I can do taller.
You want to get that?
Yeah, you could get
That stick bobber. I guess there was a line.
Jason Kohler is asking what's the Marble Eye Madness tournament all about. That is a walleye event on the lower bay next week out of Metro.
I'm sure it'll be fine once I put a new prop on it.
That event did fill up in
whenever I can
about
get it
15
fixed.
hours.
Yeah,
so
that's awesome.
We're looking forward to that one.
That skeg could be rebuilt pretty easy.
Travis Selesky, good morning to you too. To you as well. You should talk about getting to work.
My gear case isn't shredded or anything, right? I saw.
Morning, Jeremiah Shaver. I see Shaver was playing defense here a little bit for us on the stream with some comments about rules and stuff like that.
Sure.
We're not the MLF. We are head-to-head, so
Yep.
all these anglers pay their entry fee and agree to the rules that we have. So tell you what, Matthew Ward, I'm give him some credit. He's grinding that out.
I
out
thought
there.
the same thing earlier too. I thought, man, he's, and he is only, we know this lake well enough. He is only one fish away from taking the lead.
He's banking on getting that school active. If he catches one, he's going to catch multiple.
Yep.
If he gets one to go, he's going to run up that score really quick because his weight will climb. He'll catch multiple fish if he gets one to go. I fish this way. I would be him right now. My feet would be wet. I'd be standing on the bow and grinding out that offshore bite on the lake. So I give him credit. He's sticking into it. I like Bob Wetley's comment replying to somebody saying, "Start a new circuit with your own rules." I tell you, this stream is awesome to see the comments come in, but it can also, as a tournament director, be very, very frustrating.
Yeah, it can be a little frustrating.
It's good and it's bad. Take everything with a grain of salt. That's a good fish. That should
Yeah,
weigh.
that one might weigh. Yeah. Well, I like the position that he's in and where he's at. Like I said, he's got fish coming to him. Being a neck down here, they're heading back up underneath that bridge to go back up in there and spawn. He's sitting in a good spot.
110.
Wow.
Just under.
That's so hard.
He struck it hard.
Yeah, he struck it hard.
That's good. Better than them light bites.
Yep.
Yeah, Brad Anderson, Scott Allen mentioned an idea, to relay some messages out to the guys next week during the Marble Eye Madness. The trolling bite could get a little boring to watch at times, but you're going to learn a lot as well.
Right.
These guys are, a little short of professionals. Some of them are professionals,
Yep.
so you're going to learn some stuff from watching them, and
Yep.
we will do our best to get some questions out to them. We're going to actually try to do that today as well. Yeah, if you can't see Brian Eich's the back of his shirt right now. He's got one of the best senses of humor you'll ever meet in a person with the trials and tribulations he's gone through.
At least you got the wind at your back. you got to deal with it. That's where you want it.
Back to Mike
right.
Mann.
I know I'm old school with the anchor and everything, but I don't have all these power doohickeys and stuff in the boat. But when you do an anchor like this, you can concentrate on everything instead of having to worry about stuff. So put it to your advantage. Don't look like a disadvantage.
Spoken in true Mike Mann fashion.
Yes. I'm sure if anybody out there wants to learn truly how to toss an anchor, he's your man.
I did see that.
Tying up to a wall. It seems better. Not much, but better. Not much. No way.
Daryl, I appreciate that comment. Daryl Kubley.
Not much.
Like you're saying, that's
It's comment.
great advice for somebody that
Nice reflection to
thinking
me.
about
I
getting into
appreciate
this,
that.
Sitting at home watching, and they're thinking, boy, they can't compete because they don't have, you know, the fanciest.
You need to have a live well and know how to fish.
Don't even need a live well for this format.
Not yeah, for this format you don't. No, hell, you can have a John boat and have a good old time.
Jeff Donies is on here
The heck
on
do I
the,
got?
on the chat.
Hooked up again.
There's a stump.
It says his fingers hurt. Mine do as well. We were
If it was anything, it was a sturgeon.
working
so I
on our
don't want
Wisco
that.
Bass trailer
I'm stuck on
this
a good one
past
there.
weekend.
Okay.
and peeling off the old wrap to put
Wraps.
the new one on, and that was not a lot of fun. So thank you, Jeff.
You know, Mike Mann just made a good point there, and talking to his camera guy, how this tournament trail allows anybody with any boat to come and fish. You don't need a working live well, and that's a good thing.
Yep. Yeah, as we get to La Crosse and some of the rivers, you'll see some of them guys bring out their sneaker boats. They might not bring their big 20-foot bass boats out for these events. Yeah, Eric Hottie and I have spoke on the phone multiple times and in person, you know, with his thoughts on the biggest weight should move on each day. You know, that's what makes us unique, is we're different from any other tournament. You know, if you want to fish a event where the highest weight moves on each day outside of the matches, Wisco Bass is a perfect place for you.
Exactly.
That's a Big 5 tournament. You know, we weigh them in. It's perfect for you. This format is, you know, I can confidently say we're not going to get away from the head-to-head matchups. And
well, it sets you apart, you
absolutely.
know, which is nice.
It's a different type of intense when you only have one person
One
to go against.
other guy, definitely. And like I said, it does change here. You know, some guys' strategies, they can look at the app and see what their other guy has, and they only know they have to beat that one other guy.
Steve and Brian can go on their app and look at it and see where they're sitting. So Jeremiah says no sneak boats.
It was a 2 even, you said. Wow. That would be bad. Oh, shout out to Austin Schieffer. Take a look at that right there. He makes a lot of my plastics for me. He specializes in Ned rigs, drop shots, some swim bait stuff, tubes. But Austin Schieffer, man, out of Neenah, Wisconsin, Schieff's Baits, he's kicking ass. He's coming a long way since he started. Doing real good. Proud of him.
Yeah, there's a lot of people watching the stream right now that know Austin's grandpa, Paul.
Yes.
Paul Schieffer. Austin does make some really great hand pours. Pete, one of the comments here, it says the camera guy should enter the weights. You know, with this format where we're at right now, it's just not possible for the cameraman to run the camera. You know, these guys do have a lot going on in their earbuds with, you know, back at home base here in in the studio.
Yeah, it may
Zach
seem
is
easy.
constantly talking
Right.
to him. Things going on, adjusting cameras, adjusting settings. So right now, we would love nothing more than to have an official in the boat as well as along with a camera guy. 2021, all this COVID stuff goes away, and we can actually get out there and get some sponsors on board and really go after it like the intention is. That is
It
definitely
might be
a possibility.
possible, yeah. Yep. Yeah, all in all, the bass fishing community is, everybody wants to win. Everybody's competitive, but it's a very honest group. Guys, right now we're relying on their honesty, and it's gone well.
Yeah, in this situation, a cameraman would miss something. We spoke at the anglers meeting this morning is, the anglers are live on camera. It's up to them to make that right decision on their own as well.
Right, correct.
With what the camera guys do have going on, things are going to get missed, unfortunately.
Yep.
And, we did see that yesterday, and,
Yeah, as much as
today we
they'd
have
like
not
to
seen
put that
it, so.
responsibility on the camera guy, it's really not his responsibility. It is the angler's responsibility to manage himself.
Just like in any other tournament, when
Exactly.
you're out on
Yep.
the water, be it a team format or not, if you hook a fish that's not deemed to be a legal catch, gill plate forward or not in the mouth,
Yep.
that's your call to make. And,
Correct.
We're putting that back on the anglers in this format as well. And all the anglers are actually for it. There hasn't been any pushback on the in the mouth part of it. Exactly, Eric said on the stream here is, I'd imagine it's I would rather lose a tournament on their own rather than have a cameraman make a decision.
Correct. Yep.
And that's been my take on it the whole time to the anglers is, I would really, really hate to put a cameraman in a situation to make a decision for you that could cost you upwards of $10,000.
Right.
In our first event with Jeff Nectarline, there was a catch that was not
questionable.
It was not easy to make.
Yep.
And that camera guy made the right decision for the
Right.
situation. And if that went the other way, that could have spun Jeff out it, and then maybe it goes the wrong way for him than what it did.
Looks like Brian Ice still flipping that small little compact jig that he caught his first fish on.
Yeah, I believe that's a Kitech jig. He's a big fan of them Kitech jigs.
Oops.
Oh, that's a buck. Tank. There's a buck in the back of my boat.
There's a mink or a muskrat.
A guy damaged his prop.
One of the guys did?
Yeah, one of the guys did.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah.
I wrecked 2 of them last year.
But can't they actually grind them down and fix them if they're not bad?
Yeah, I send them in to get fixed, but it's still, you send them to Mark Croxton in Indiana. That's where I like to send mine. It's $250. A new one's $700 bucks for a prop, unless you can find somebody with a used one.
Yeah.
But that's not the problem. The bending your prop isn't the problem. You bend your shaft. If you don't go get your shaft checked to make sure it's, I know on my Yamaha, if it's more than 3 millimeters or whatever, you got to get the shaft straightened. Otherwise, you'll ruin your entire lower unit. Don't want to do that.
Yeah, Big Green's definitely an event that we're thinking about possibly having a walleye event on, actually. Somebody commented about cell service there.
Jumping. Something just chased something, eating something back here.
Carl Scherenbrock, morning. My jar is definitely full. Yeah, Kevin Yancey says, I'm sure there are some high school anglers that would love to go out and do some score tracking. That's one of the possibilities that we're looking into is having some high school high school and college kids come out and help us out. Yeah, unfortunately, George Eastman asked about Door County. As much as I would love to have an event up there, especially now with some of them events canceling up in Door County for this year, is just not going to happen. The cell service just is not there. See Dan Elsner. Good morning, Dan. From Kid Pit Baits is on the chat.
Now, okay, so here's what I want you to do, okay? You think you can leave at 12 o'clock noon, okay, and drive over to Oshkosh, and what I'm gonna have you do is you're gonna drive.
That might be a keeper here, buddy. Might. Or not.
Boy, a little bit like yesterday, Mike is just putting fish in the boat.
Yeah, he's on the Dink Fest on his
He
own.
is, man.
Our Dink Fest is officially canceled for today, but
we got Mike to
keep that going.
Yep.
Did you see that squat? That hurt. It's bending over the gunnel shit kills you.
I was at the angler meeting this morning. Nick Schertz was funny. He had a good quote. He's a fisherman. His quote was, "I'm not blood or crips over bass and walleye. I just love the fish." It would be really awesome to see some more crossover with this. You know,
Yeah.
to see Nick come over and fish a bass event. You know, he said, "I've only bass fished this lake a few times." You know, send it. Let's do it.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, you know, good fishermen are good fishermen. I don't think it matters what species you're going after. It's a lot about decision making and just having the right equipment. And you know, Nick has proven that.
No matter what, but
Anybody that knows his resume knows he can fish anywhere.
Yeah, he's a fisherman. There is fisherman and wisherman.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nick Schertz is a fisherman.
I heard he wasn't a good boy yesterday, so.
Did I just hear a little side wager with Mike Mann and
Probably a white bass.
and Justin Colput that if Justin loses today, he's got to shave his mustache? Jeremiah, I think that'd be bad if we could post pictures on this chat.
Oh, I saw him this morning.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah, it was
Wolverine.
very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you and I are jealous of his hair,
Oh,
but I don't know
definitely.
if I'd be that jealous.
Yeah.
You know,
Go
I don't
check
know if I
out
would do
Jeremiah
that.
Shaver's Facebook page post this morning. He's I think that's his second life.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike's definitely beating up the nursery.
Yeah.
Played a numbers game. Eventually, he'll
Yeah,
get one to go.
you know, we know what kind of fish can be in that area that he's in.
There he is.
He's hooked up again.
Feels good. Are we having fun? I'm having fun. I love this shit. Stay down. That's a keeper. Dang it, he might not be a keeper.
Bigger than the last one, like you said.
He's not a keeper. I'm tired of bending. Anyone keeping track how many fish I catch?
I was just going to say the
It's
same thing.
bothering me.
I'd like to see the count on this spot that he's been
They're in
sitting.
here, they're still at
He's got to be over a
same
dozen.
size. Once in a while, you get the bigger one mixed in.
Ooh, that was a good skip. Steve Lopez must be a dock fisherman because he's got that that accuracy
Yeah, we've
down
seen
pretty
him make
good.
a few really good casts.
Yeah, this is a tight match as well.
Oh! That was a good fish. That felt really good. Dang it.
There's a buck. As soon as I
Look at it
say
again.
something,
Yeah.
Come
I
on.
jinxed him.
God, get it. One more time. Look at that. Took my trailer completely down. It's probably a panfish, knowing my luck, but on a good note, it got my adrenaline going.
All head-to-head events, you can fish an Alabama rig. Somebody just asked that question on the stream.
How you doing? Didn't even notice you.
Looked like as we switched there, it looked like Steve Lopez might have hooked up.
Yeah. They haven't gotten a single bite today. They've been pretty slow today. Yeah, yeah. They were snapping very good in here on Monday.
Get ready to move.
Probably caught 20 fish, I'd have to say.
Going
Slower
around
today,
this
though.
bay.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, Cameron One about to shut down. They're gonna make a move.
What do you think? Let's hope. And the wind grabbed that one.
Yeah, Doug, that is a bummer that Alabama rigs are illegal in Minnesota because that is one fun bait to fish. I believe you can fish them in Minnesota. They can just only have one bait and so many attractors.
One hook.
They got
Sure.
they got a goofy rule over there.
Boy, I think a lot of the viewers would agree that this is still a really close matchup, but it's kind of shocking the lack of fish that have been weighed between these two guys.
Compound bass typically is 15.
I'd say 16 and a half, 17, 16, somewhere. Yeah. There again, springtime to post.
Back here with Lopez.
There we go.
It's hooked up.
Not going to do it.
I love the intensity. Release it and back in the water.
in, yep.
Not wasting any time.
And we saw Nick Schertz throwing the chatterbait yesterday. Caught a couple good ones. That's the first fish we've seen caught on a chatterbait this morning.
There we go.
Ooh,
Look at
Big
that.
one. No.
Back to back. Did you see how far out that fish was off the
Yeah.
bank?
Should tell him something.
Yep.
It's not going to do it.
See if he adjusts to that.
But we're going to have some fun.
I could only get out here in this river, it'd be a blast today. Oh. It would be awesome.
Yeah, Mike is saying he would love to be in the river. You know, with cell service, you know, where he is bad enough. We have that one knocked down to, you know, I think like 220 or whatever it is. Zach was saying he's the smart guy. I have no idea what any of that
I don't know what
stuff
that
is.
means.
I just know it's working. In the river, we just wouldn't have any cell service, so we had to limit them guys to stay out of the river. So I don't disagree with him. He would be catching a lot of fish, and so would a lot of other guys, because more of the competitors would have definitely ran in there.
Now I gotta let it sit for a second again.
Yeah, if you guys like seeing this with no ads, definitely head over to therealshot.com and do some shopping. Take advantage of the 10% off. That is H2H 10, correct, Matt? Matt's plugging a bunch of links into our chat here. So check out our sponsors, their websites on Omega, Sportomotive, and The Real Shot. Yeah, Tom Jones, Nick Schertz did catch a two pound even fish earlier, and he did not register it into the app, so that before he made his next cast. So unfortunately, that fish does not count.
Still the same for Brian? He doesn't. Okay.
Brian, that's good to hear. He said the Real Shot shipped an order to him on Monday, and he already got it today. So
wow,
the boys and girls in the warehouse are turning the shipments over as fast as they possibly can. So yeah, Tim Meyer had that happen to him yesterday. He his first fish. Oh, here's Nick Schertz hooked up. It's like an under.
Not gonna make it.
Yep. Just got an update. Something Mike's at 5:13.
Okay.
Yeah, like I was saying, Tim Meyer, his first fish yesterday, gets it in the boat, all excited, jacked up, weighs it, got up, 10 casts later, realized I never entered that into the app. So that fish did not count for him yesterday, unfortunately. Josh Credidio is watching from Chicago. Rumor has it Josh is going to be having a baby here soon.
Yeah.
Next couple days.
Yeah.
There's a comment coming up for you there, Josh. Matt's typing for us. It is official. The Bears still do suck.
That never gets old.
No, never. Only chance they have is a better record of the Packers this year is tying them if the NFL season gets canceled. Oh, Christy, Josh's wife, is watching along with them, so that's good. Super excited for them too to bring baby Bob Kyle into this world. They've been struggling with the name, and
oh, that's good.
Josh, Bob, Art, and myself are all really good friends, so Bob and I said if they don't have a name picked, we'll just call him Bob Kyle.
Bob Kyle.
Josh opened up the chat to baby name suggestions.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I like Packer. We are Matt Ward. Looks like the lake calmed down a little bit. He's definitely committed.
Yeah.
Tim Meyer says, Ricky Bobby. If you're not first, you're last. A boy named Sue. Yeah, I was ignoring that one, Matt. If his name was Packer, he would grow up to be a loser. Well, not as of late. Yeah, I know Matt Ward's a Sturgeon Bay guy. You know, he fishes a lot of big water, and he told me this morning that he was heading out there and he was going to commit to it. So, you know, his batteries are going to last. He knows what that boat can do. He probably knows his boat better than the boat itself. So,
yeah,
if he feels he needs to anchor up, he will.
And with only 5 hours, it's you know, a little easier to handle a battery life.
Brian says, name him after the legendary Vikings quarterback. What was his name? Brent Favre? Brent Favre? I forgot. I haven't heard. I thought he was a Jet. I don't know. Andy Cleveland asked if Matthew Ward was sponsored by Atwood Pumps. Jeff Toney's is 100% correct. Brian and I were talking about this earlier. I would have a drift sock out in Matt's situation here. I would be 1 drift sock for sure, possibly 2 if I wanted to fish them areas and control my boat that way.
Yeah, as long as you can fish them efficiently. With an east wind, it's a little tough because you'll be blowing you towards shore here. You more want a north or a south wind to give you parallel to those shorelines.
Yeah, you get a short window with a drift sock in this situation. You would have, you know, 5 or 6, you know, good opportunities to hit that spot on the spot with a drag or a cast. But, you know, again, that's what I would be doing. I would be going at it that way. Looks like Nick Schertz is gonna make a move here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a slow morning for him.
Why don't you just turn the camera?
Yeah. 1 fish, that's it. Huh? It ain't over till the fat lady sings, or the fat guy.
Clint Ward, I don't understand your comment here. The rule isn't the problem, not enforced will cause favoritism. I don't know.
That's awesome.
I guess I don't understand that.
I think I'm going to go out there
Anybody that
today,
knows
and I'm
me
gonna whip
or
all the way
anybody
around
else
and do that
involved in
back
this
cut.
knows we're not going to pull favoritism. I got guys fishing this tournament that
Other than that, I don't
are
know.
good friends of mine that are in my bass club, and every
Yes,
one of
sir.
them will tell you the same thing, that they know there's no favoritism when it comes to me, and you know, my integrity will hold true always with that. So, I mean, the guys complaining about the format and the rules, again, there's other tournament trails out there to fish with rules that suit your needs. You know, feel free to fish them. These are what our rules are. If you want to be a part of head-to-head and take advantage of the opportunity that we provide, awesome. You know, if you don't, that's your choice. You know, I do own another tournament circuit with Brent Colvey that is the complete opposite of head-to-head.
Exactly.
So, you know, there's all kinds of opportunities out there for anglers to fish, and this is one of them.
And I think you're seeing with how quick these are filling up.
Exactly.
There's a lot of guys that really like this format, and a lot of guys that are really excited to fish these.
Yep, the lacrosse bass event is officially full. That did fill up this morning. Nick Treader plugged into the last spot for that one, so that's going to be a good event. We'll get that pulled up here soon. You know, get it out on Facebook of the roster who's fishing, and excited for that one. We did roll out the following week in lacrosse a walleye event as well. We have, I believe, like 8 spots left for that one. And
okay,
it hasn't even been 24 hours, so again, not to sound like a bully or upset about it or anything, but you know, if this doesn't apply to you or you don't care for the format, you know, the comments of negativity just really ain't appreciated. That's to say it in nice words. You know,
Right.
there's a lot of work that goes in this for everybody involved, and we want to be long term. So,
You know, head-to-head's new, and we're, you know, like we kind of said yesterday, is it's growing.
yeah, Clint Ward, your question here. Then why did Justin get the fish count yesterday? That situation is unique. It's by far not favoritism. The guy he was going against, Kelly Jackson, is a really good friend of mine. He's in my bass club. He's been a good friend for a long time. So favoritism definitely isn't there. That situation was, up until yesterday, our app Waylive did not have the capability of entering an under 2-pound fish, and we got word 20 minutes ish prior to going into that,
to the event, right?
going into that Dink Fest, that, you know, the capability was there. So we communicated that to our officials, not knowing if the official told him or not in the situation. You know, it's the right thing to do for the anglers. I know Kelly Jackson well. I know he's not going to have a problem with it.
Right.
I talked to Kelly as soon as he got back to the park and ride yesterday, and, you know, in true Kelly fashion, he said I would have gave it to him anyway.
Yep.
You know, that's, you know, that is why that situation with things being so new, there are going to be things that come up, and
Yeah, when I
you know,
started
I'm going to
Friday
make the right
fishing, we
decision
had
for the
39 and
anglers.
40-degree water.
You know, it might not be the popular
Like, yeah,
decision with
that's what I want.
the you know,
And
the
the river would be
keyboard
awesome.
warrior types,
Right, the
but
viewers, yep.
you know, the
Yep.
viewers may not agree with it. Some of the anglers, you know, may disagree with it at first, but in the end, just about every one of them knows we're doing it for the right reason. So,
And it, you know, as many events as we've had, this is still pretty new, and it's still working through the kinks on the tech side.
What's up, guys?
You know, not
Yep.
having that availability on the app at first was a downfall, but being able to upgrade and get that availability on there is great.
Yep.
But again, it happened during a tournament event, so
at
it's
times,
hard.
at times
hard.
we got to make decisions on the fly.
Yep.
And once, you know, this is our 5th event so
Mm-hmm.
far. Every event since our first one, there's
Making
been changes
you-
for the better. You know,
Yep.
every one of them has been to improve it. And, you know, one thing Brian Keller is really, really good at is always forward looking. He's always looking into the future, you know, to make things better. You know, the walleye world, we had quite a bit of controversy with the in the mouth thing, you know. So we decided as a group that in the mouth is what it is. And we turned what could have been a very, very detrimental for a tournament circuit. Guys that don't have, you know, strong skin or, you know, strong backbones would have caved to that. And Brian and I are just like, let's spin this to positive, and, you know, in the mouth was created.
Right.
You know, spinning it into a positive has been what we've been trying to do and keep everybody, you know, excited for it.
That happened with Mike Mine today. You hear him say, "Oh, that's the stump right there," and then he said, "Oh, dang."
Yeah, I appreciate there is a lot of positive comments on here. You know, there's a lot of people saying we're doing a fantastic job, and we're just not reading all them out because, to be honest, we're not technically really looking for that positive input. You know, it's great to hear. Don't get us wrong, but none of us are really that way. So we do appreciate it. Lonnie Messer, thanks, buddy. Yeah, Chris Johnson, we definitely would entertain another Winnebago event. Josh likes to pick up my up north accent, the Yooper.
Kyle, what's going on?
What's going on there, Russell? Troy's taking a potty break.
Yeah,
so
he's been in here for a while, so.
yeah, we did think about a bow fishing event as well. That's something that could possibly be coming in the future. Yeah, we definitely love to be in Michigan as well. You know, there's some cell service issues in a couple places, but I'm sure on the main part of Michigan we would have some decent cell service over there. A lot of great fisheries over there as well.
There we go.
Ooh, hooked up, Steve Lopez.
Oh, that's a good one, I think. Come on. Yep, that'll go. Ooh, it's gonna be close.
Looks like Steve might add to his 2 fish total here.
Yeah, that's going to put some pressure onto Brian Ice for sure.
Like just pull the thing out of your pocket and see if it's on. It might be
Ed
dead.
Bagley, if you want to shoot me an email or a message, definitely do that. So we need to chat in the coming months. If anybody has anything for me, you can find me on Facebook as well.
No, still haven't made our way over back to.
Yeah, Ken mentions about the walleye event with the snap jig bite. You know, if gill plate forward is not a legal catch in the state of Wisconsin, so I can give you with 100% certainty we will never go back to that. You know, with all the negative that came out, that is the one thing that in the walleye world, that culture of gill plate forward has always been there. Russell can speak to it as well. He's in that industry. For me as a tournament director, you know, to go off the state laws, there's nowhere in the state regs that says gill plate forward is legal, and that's what we're going with. So
yeah, I think, you know, the head area a lot of people consider the mouth, and that's not what the DNR obviously consider it, but you know, that is what a lot of fishermen, I think, just in general, not even just tournaments, like daily fishermen, right? I mean, you don't even really think about it, I don't think. Guy catches a fish on a 2 or 3 hook crankbait, and it's hooked, you know, on the side of the gill or underneath the throat or whatever the case may be. That fish went for that bait, absolutely. But, you know, by the letter of the law, that's not a legal catch. So,
correct.
You know, we decided when yourself and Brian and myself and others talked that if we were going to make the change was going to be to exactly the letter of the law. That way it's sort of, there's no gray area on the situation. Well, that's one of the other things too, is we just, you know, that gill plate forward also brings some gray area to it, right? So any other tournament circuit that runs state laws, which is how a lot of tournaments are written, right? Follow state laws. It sort of leaves for impression, but the state law quite frankly states it has to be in the mouth. So,
you know, we're leaving that up to the angler's discretion. You know, these guys are on camera live. It's really hard to hide things. If you consistently try to hide it, it's going to be seen not only by the fans watching, but, you know, ourselves here as well. You know, like you said, a lot of the main tournament trails for walleye, it's always been the status quo. But, you know, you can't sit up on top of an ivory tower and say this ain't right, this ain't right, this ain't right, when there's guys weighing in fish that have technically, by the, you know, the right of the law, were snagged. They weren't legal catches. I mean, it is what it is, and going forward, this is the way we're going to be.
Well, I think it goes along with what H2H is trying to do, which is promote taking care of the fish and promote the sport itself, right? And that's what we've been trying to do the entire time, or what the circuit has been trying to do this entire time. But at the end of the day, it was the easiest for us to just make the extreme change from one extreme to the other. You know, originally we just wanted to show fish on the TV. We wanted to make it no gray area so that we weren't putting too much pressure on the camera person. And then after conversation, we decided, you know what, it shouldn't be the camera person anyways. It should be the fisherman. Quite frankly, just like the rule, Kyle, with the entering your own fish, right? I mean, it's on the fisherman. It's not on the camera person.
That's
so,
right.
you know, that's your responsibility. That's your job, as somebody said. I saw that. You know, that's your job as a tournament fisherman to, part of the deal is when you catch a fish to get it logged in, and if you forget to do that, you're the one that should pay the penalty, not the camera person.
Yeah, Keegan asked a question here, if you have a jerkbait or a crankbait, and as you're fighting it, the hook comes out outside of the mouth, is that illegal if you're not sure it was in the mouth?
If you're not sure, then it is illegal, yes.
It's illegal. That, again, that's that angler's discretion, their integrity. every tournament you've ever fished, you're put in a situation where you have to make a decision to weigh that fish or not. And, you know, for me as an angler, I would let it go. I've let fish go in bedding bass tournaments where, you know, Josh Credito can attest to it. You know, a fish, I thought he had it in his mouth. I lifted up, the drop shot was in the top of its forehead. It was a 4.5 pound fish that I needed. I let that fish go. I let it go. I ended up catching it later on in the mouth, but I let that fish go. You know, that is a decision that I chose to make. And, you know,
at the end of the day, I think most of these guys are reputable individuals and great fishermen and sportsmen, and they're going to do the right thing. And the biggest thing is when you bring the fish up to the surface, in most cases, it's going to be pretty easy to see if it's in the mouth or not. These guys can see it. You hear a lot of these guys. In the first walleye tournament when we made the change, you heard a lot of guys right away jump in the mouth. And then there was guys that were disappointed, like
Risto.
Was it Risto? That was
Scott
the comment.
Risto.
Yeah, so
Yep.
he flat out said, and quite frankly, we didn't have camera view of that. So that went back to that whole issue of camera can't be the law and jury, because we didn't have perfect camera view of that situation. We all in studio here thought it was in the mouth. It was good to go. Everything was good, and he took it and threw it back.
Yeah,
Mike Mann's hooked up here.
Looks like Mike's got some friends out there fishing out in the river.
Yep.
Bigger than I thought, but not big. It's a spinner.
Yeah, we don't need to beat a dead horse with this, but we just want to, you know, address the questions that were asked. And like I said from the beginning, we're going to stick with the in the mouth. Yeah, Mike is really grinding out that area. You know,
he's got a lot of confidence in that spot, and from what I understand, it, you know, that Troy, I think, was saying earlier, or somebody was saying earlier, that, you know, fish keep filtering through there. So all of a sudden there might be, you know, a pod of 2 to 4 pound fish all of a sudden comes in there, and the next 4, 5, 6 fish are all the right fish. So
yeah, it's definitely a feeder area. It's going to keep refilling, restocking up. He could sit there all day and keep catching fish like this, and, you know, maybe he catches more over 2 pounds, and maybe he doesn't.
we got our 11 o'clock sticker winners. We can announce them real quick. So if this is you, one of these two names, feel free to message Head to Head Fishing on Facebook, or send an email to H2Hfishing.com. Again, if you don't do that sometime today, then sort of run out of luck on your chance to get it. We can't chase these down, so you do have to message today with your name and info, and we'll get you your sticker going. The YouTube winner for the sticker is Eric Hall, and the Facebook sticker winner is Raymond Banazak. So Eric Hall on YouTube and Raymond Banazak on Facebook.
Yeah, you can see on the front of Matt's boat there, he's got a Get Fit Bait sticker on his carpet. That's Dan Elsner. We carry his products here at the Reel Shot. I'm sure he's dragging around a Green Pumpkin Copper 2.5-inch tube. That's the Winnebago love right there.
What's that? He's got 3 now? He's got 3 now? I just missed one by your dock. Thank you.
Did he just say in the mouth?
Yeah, I think so.
That's pretty awesome. The homeowner where Brian is fishing here was just on shore. I don't know if you guys could hear that or not. Telling him that his competitor just caught one, so he has to hurry up and catch one in the mouth.
You got that right, yep. You can can see everybody's following it. It's pretty awesome.
That wind had to be raising the problems yesterday too here, huh?
Yeah, it was ripping into here, but I came up here when it was only 15 minutes left, and I just wham, 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 but it was coming this way though.
Looks like Nick Shirts made a
Oh,
move.
no, where was it coming out of?
That probably would have been coming
Left
right
his
in.
primary
Yeah, it was-
area
yeah.
finally.
It wasn't fun. We got pushed up onto the rocks here for a couple seconds.
Nick's struggling quite a bit more than I expected him to today. He put on a pretty good show yesterday, and I think everybody in the booth kind of felt like, and probably a lot of people at home, he even sort of cruise controlled the second half of the day. So interesting that he hasn't been able to get it going today, but the good news for him is he's basically 1 3-pound fish away from taking the lead. So he's not far behind, but he needs to get on. He needs to get going right now.
Yeah, Doug Sass is on the chat. Doug is, if you see some of our still photos out there, is courtesy of him. He comes out typically every event. I take him out and he shoots some video or some still photos. Brian is not far from Captain Keller's place. That is correct.
Yeah, Captain Keller sent me some pictures earlier of one of the anglers right outside his house fishing. Meng Lee back in the lake now, fishing smallies.
Looks like it.
Think he's pre-fishing at this point? Or
Well,
you
if
think
see
he's
where-
still hammered down?
See where all the wind's blowing? It looks like he's not on the lake because the wind's blowing across.
Yeah.
Looks like it could be the Menominee Park area. Christy, tell Wesley I said hi as well. These guys got an hour and 41 minutes left to make something happen. The guys that are behind.
I'm back. I don't know if you tried reaching out to me before this camera's fixed. No, actually, his pump works pretty good.
It's 50 degrees here. Just don't have the depth that I want.
Chip Goy. I haven't been called that in a while, Chip.
Boy, Matthew has just not been able to get it going today. He's still trying to work those smallmouth, I believe, and he caught some of them yesterday, but he just, I don't know if it's the conditions today bouncing him around that he's just having trouble, or...
When you fish that style, and I'm guilty of it, that type of fishing, that offshore, it's hard to give up on it because you get into a school, and especially on Lake Winnebago, if you get one of them fish to go, he's going to catch multiple, and it's just so hard to run away from that, especially if he didn't have, you know, much going in the cuts for practice. That
right.
You can see the cuts ain't on fire. You know, maybe he knows that Justin Koput's in the canals, so you know, I'm sure he's keeping an eye on that score track.
I was just going to say, so it also makes it easier to grind when you're down one fish 4 pounds, you know, which basically means for him 2 fish of almost any sort, he's in the lead.
Correct.
So
Ron is asked if a bass swallows a lure, what happens? If it's up to the angler to do what's best for that fish. You know, conservation wise, there's times where it's best to leave that bait in that fish's mouth and let them, you know, naturally either push it through a system or, you know, they'll shake it out. If you get a treble hook in deep into a fish, you know, their saliva, they got acid in their saliva, that'll rot them hooks out in a pretty quick time period, and that fish will survive with that. Even if you get it in a gill plate, them fish will survive with it in there, and you know, their natural, you know, instinct and will take over, and 9 times out of 10 they're going to live.
Justin here. Yeah, that's, I think, real common for walleye fishing, especially where they fish a lot of live bait, a lot of rigging, you know, Lindy rigging and things like that. Ooh, hooked up.
Good hook set.
That doesn't look like it's little either. That's gonna weigh.
That one's gonna go for sure.
You know, a lot of areas where they do a lot of live bait rigging for walleyes, that's common to bite, you know, bite or cut the hook off if they swallow it and just let them get it out themselves.
Zeros.
Yep.
See, to me, this is what's intriguing about head-to-head, Kyle, is that this gentleman right here, Justin, was
so froze it can't even work the scale.
part of the Dink Fest yesterday.
Yeah, now today
he's looking at being up 7 pounds right now
210
in the Elite 8 match, and he's starting to position himself to go to the Final Four. So, to me, that's what's fun about the head-to-head format is, you know, you can go from not quite zero, but close to hero in a day. And the biggest thing is it favors consistency, right? I mean, if you have a great day and then you stumble, you know, you're probably going to get knocked out. But if you can just be consistent over the course of a week's time period,
my phone won't work.
you got a chance of getting to the end.
Yeah, and another adjustment we made for this event starting this week and going forward is, you know, the losers bracket. You know, these guys are going to fish potentially through Friday that qualify for today. Yeah, they're all going to fish a minimum of one more time.
Right.
You know,
and then we won't have less than 6, correct? The
correct.
next
On
2
Friday
days.
there'll be 6 anglers fishing on Friday. Tomorrow we'll have 8 again. And then the winners of the top bracket move on, obviously, to championship Friday. And then the winners of the other events of the losers bracket also move on. So, and them guys will be seeded by weight each day.
Yep.
So, you know, Brian and I were talking, and you as well, Russell, about how to get more guys involved to, you know, take advantage of the opportunity that we have of, you know, being filmed for 5 hours every day, and, you know, go along with that. The top 5 are getting checks as well now, rather than just first and second. So,
well, like, you know, the 3 of us and some others in here talked about was a couple things. We want to try and make it easy for these guys to fish, get sponsors, want to participate. It's a lot of time off. A lot of these guys have to, you know, they have to take their time off ahead of time, so they're taking an entire week off. So we want to give them the best opportunity we can to let them fish as long as possible.
Yep.
Of course. And then second of all, like you said, just the extended payout, you know, the fact that now we're going to pay through 5th means that everybody that fishes the final day is 5 of the 6, that fish the final day is getting paid. Mm-hmm. That makes it a little bit nicer too to continually fish throughout the time period. But more importantly, I think for the guys that want to get some sponsors, want to, you know, promote their sponsors, if you make that Elite 8 time frame, you're at least fishing 3 days for sure, which means you're getting 15 hours of coverage guaranteed if you make the Elite 8. So basically, if you win your first match, you're getting 15 hours of coverage minimum.
Yep, minimum, which is awesome. You know, I was discussing yesterday with an angler through chat, you know, about he does want to fish. You know, his goal is to fish professionally. He wants to be Elite Series, you know, type angler and fish for a living. There isn't a tournament trail in the country that offers what we offer as far as the amount of coverage you get for yourself and your sponsors live. You know, there is times where our cameras have issues and things like that are going to happen, but the potential to have 20 hours of live coverage is unheard of. You know, the Bassmasters, you watch their shows are an hour long, and what do you get? You know, you get some hook sets, and it's mainly guys talking the whole day. It's not live fish catching. You know, the walleye guys were a little better so far at taking advantage of talking about their sponsors. You saw Mike Mann do it a little while ago. These guys are told they have the opportunity to say what they want, talk about the products they want, and if we happen to sell it at the Reel Shot, great. You know, obviously we're going to push them there. So the opportunity that's given with head-to-head is second to none in my opinion. And the payouts don't suck either.
Ed Stahusky had a good question there. I think that you could address at least, Kyle, if there's been any talk about that. I'm not really aware of it, but
his question, is there any thought about not having pre-fishing? You know, as a tournament angler myself, I would not be a fan of that. You know, $500 commitment a week off of work to come to somebody's water you've never been to before is not real inviting to not be able to practice. You know, I think what you would see in that situation, it'd be full of locals. You'd have 16 Mike Manns in the events of you know, like lacrosse. We would have all locals for lacrosse instead of guys traveling from Green Bay and, you know, all over the state to fish these events.
Nick hasn't caught anything, right?
Yeah, at like Bassmasters, for example, the Elite Series, them guys only get 2.5 days of practice, but they have a pre-practice period as well where they can go to a lake for a month prior to a cutoff date. Typically it's a month prior to the event, I believe, is when they cannot be on it at all until official practice starts. So
yeah, I think that that's something that could be talked about as a possibility if, you know, down the road there was, you know, maybe a different, you know, like we've heard a lot of people saying here, a weekend series versus a pro series or whatever the case may be, right? People are asking, are you going to have them on the weekends? Or are you going to have a higher payout entry? Everything's being discussed, right? Yep. I mean, everything. So I guess my answer to that, and I don't have necessarily a total opinion, but my answer would be anything's in the air for the future. I mean, but to me that leans more towards a pro type series where, yep, like you said, guys that are wanting to travel somewhere with an even playing field, where I think a lot of the more weekend guys or amateur guys, whatever term you want to use for them, they want to know where it is because they want to be comfortable when they're, yep, signing up. And I'm even seeing that it's funny to me, like in the salmon game, we filled up right away and we're just finishing those rules. I've had like 20 people message me that want to know the rules. They're not even fishing, yep, and they know it's full, but they still want to know them, and that's totally cool, and we're going to get them out there. But my point is that it just goes to show you that certain people want to definitely know like everything they're getting into before they're willing to put $1 on the table. You
can't blame them either.
And then there's others, like the guys that signed up for the salmon, that just, you know, will make the assumption that the rules are the same for everybody, and I'm okay with that. And what they are, they are. And
yep. Kid with the orange hair, dude's boat had like 8 inches, 9 inches of water in his boat.
Yeah, Dylan, it's funny he mentions grudge match format. I've been saying it for talking with Brian and the guys since I started here, is a grudge match would be a lot of fun. You got two anglers that want to go head to head against each other for bragging rights or whatever it may be. You want to throw some money on it, definitely can do that too. You know, it's the cost on our end for streaming and everything that goes into it, there'd be some cost involved, but yeah, we could definitely set something up. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, springtime fishing, that's doesn't get much better than what he's looking at right there. Justin, what he's flipping at is they should be living there.
And they are.
On cue.
On cue, yep.
3. Had a way. Thought she was a lot bigger, but I'll take it.
Yeah, yesterday, Justin, if you follow him on his social medias after the event was over, he had a pretty good a video that he did on how his day was, and you know how he had a kind of a meltdown on the water and how he appreciated us, you know, the rule that
so frozen, it didn't even work to get the hooks out,
you know, that we went with, and it's pretty cool to see the intensity these guys have.
Zeros?
Yep.
2-4.
2-4.
See, this is the, to me, this is the kind of stuff that intrigues me and gets me fired up about head-to-head is if we watch this kid roll through this thing now after being Dinkfest day one, I mean, that's what makes it, to me, fun. I mean, again, it's not for everybody, and that's okay, you know, but...
I mean, look at last week with Scott Allen.
Right.
The champion of that event.
Yep.
You know, prior to a day before the event, he didn't even know he was fishing. You know, he stepped up and filled an open spot and ended up winning the tournament, you know, so... He didn't get any time to practice, you know, to go back to the practice thing, and you know he went out, he put it to him. So pretty cool to see.
Definitely windy there.
Yes, it is.
Coming right down the chute. Mike Mann's hooked up.
Ooh,
I'll take a
like
time out for that.
Yep.
Watch yourself. Watch behind you.
Okay.
I'm going to set us over here in the...
That's a nice smallmouth there.
Easy area.
That's going to weigh. Mike's going to extend his lead here, and I think...
Wherever the easy area is.
Right. Nick Schertz is going to have to get going here. He's going to find himself going home.
Did you get that on camera?
Well, I guess he'll fish tomorrow either way, but he's going to...
Yeah, Nick's going to be battling it out either way.
But he'll find himself in the losers bracket.
This should be a 2-pounder.
Yeah.
Zeros. Two 6.
2-6 confirmed.
2-6 on that one. That's a nice looking smallmouth there. You can see all he did was
Thank you,
just
buddy.
switch to the other side of that channel there. So now Mike's going to have a penalty here. Some people might ask, he is going to likely get blown into the river.
A plan
that's
worked,
fine
Brian.
as long
Did you
as
see
he
that?
doesn't
Did you
make
see
a
that,
cast
Brian?
in the river. So he's going to serve his penalty here. And
I was laughing at your cast that one.
Meng Lee here.
Travis Lusky, we still have spots open for Madison. If you want to get in it.
My cigarettes got soaked. Damn it. Right on the inside.
It's like Meg's throwing a chatterbait or a swim jig. Didn't get a good look at it.
Absolutely. Let's see what we can find here. They were working on getting some of that new stuff up. Let's see where we're at. Ooh, they're up. That's exciting. So I'm going to share that new Baby J jig that I've been talking about. Share a link to that if you guys want something new. That jig is from Omega Custom Tackle, one of the sponsors of the Bago Bass Challenge from Head to Head. You can check those out on therealshot.com, and don't be afraid to use the coupon code H2H10 if you want to save 10%.
Brian, that penalty on Mike, I'm assuming, is what you're asking about, was for fish landing and hit the windshield on the way in and then onto the carpet.
Like a beaver hole.
The metal.
Yes, but all you people at home, why are they doing that? Because the bait fish are all shook up in there as well. Easy smeezy. Wendy, you watching? Look what that is. That's her favorite bait. My sister, by the way, sorry. Whew. Man, I did it on a jerkbait and I flipped him in the boat. That was crazy.
Yeah, you hit right by the boat. Keep holding.
And that kind of stuff, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah,
I mean,
when it fell off, as soon as too.
Yeah. Oh, man. So all my peeps out there, how's things going? Everybody staying safe, I hope. It's been crazy times, that's for sure, but...
Brian Ice here. Brian is down a little over 5 pounds. He needs to definitely...
Yeah, Steve caught a couple fish and extended that lead on him, so...
Brian needs to get going. He's starting to run short on time. Himself, Nick Schertz, Wazinski, they all need to get a fish to kind of get the momentum going.
Yep. Oh,
and there's one.
Brian hooked up.
That one I think is going to be big enough.
It's fat.
Chased it.
Hey, that tactical pause. Smart.
I'm telling you, sometimes you just got to reset yourself.
Give yourself a break. That one should weigh.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she'll weigh. I don't know, maybe not. She might not be heavy enough.
Awesome, Tony.
Moving your hand, it's just touching.
Look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
I'm going to reweigh.
Tony's bringing an Omega prize package to give away tomorrow. That'll be cool.
$114.
Oh,
just short.
Man. You know, there's been a ton of them, Kyle, and that's frustrating for these guys, especially with as slow as it is. You know, Brian's been fighting all morning. I mean, he's gone a few hours without a fish, and then, you know, to catch that fish and to be 1 or 2 ounces away from...
Yeah, it just shows that the water temperatures just aren't there yet. You know, the females aren't coming in yet. There's some males coming up. A good friend of mine likes to say Wolfpack's checking temp. You know, that's what's going on. These males are coming in and seeing what's going on first. And
I'm at 14%.
This system, these fish spawn really, really early. That dark water gets warm fast, and there'll be fish on beds, you know, spawning very, very soon.
This is not good.
Mike's got to be getting close to the end of his timeout.
We're going to bring Troy back in here. Josh just says Wolfpack's checking temp. So thank you, everybody. And I'm going to check out. I'll probably talk to you guys tomorrow.
Huh? Don't let it fool you.
Troy, welcome back.
Thanks, Russell. Thanks, Kyle, for giving us some good insight.
Car? All the way down to that other bag. So then, yeah.
Matthew Ward he's grinding here.
He's giving it all he's got out there. I don't envy him in the situation he's in. That is a rough body of water. It's hard to fish.
John, I believe we're doing the pairing show tomorrow. Is that correct? Yeah, it sounds like we're probably doing the pairing show tomorrow. So, for the Bay event.
Upcoming walleye event.
Yep. Marble Eye Madness. Yeah, I agree with Chris. Got to give it to Matt Ward for sticking it out. That's a brutal area to fish right now in those conditions.
Yeah, he's only 3 bites out of this. Because the fish out there, he gets on the right spot. He could get some 3+ pound quality fish and be right back in this thing.
Now in 2 days,
I think I might be able to do it this way.
Mike Mann and
I'd be better off trying, that's for damn sure.
Meng Lee have kind of
Turn you around backwards and
started to show themselves, I think, as the consistent guys.
Still going down current.
Shirts was on fire yesterday, but you know, unless he really makes a run here, whether he wins or not, I mean, unless he really makes a run here, he stumbled today a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
To me, Mike Mann and Meng Lee have stuck out as the sort of consistent players that you just kind of expect to tippy-toe their way through this thing.
Right.
I can't win.
Yeah, while I was on my break, I saw Mike caught a
What are you worried about?
2.5 pounder.
Come on, Jeremy.
I would say just before he took his little
You know better than that.
2-minute sit down.
Yep.
Wind's gonna blow me over.
But we did see Nick Shirts put about 10 pounds in about 15 or 20 minutes yesterday when he got by them docks in that one
He decided
channel,
to change to a chatterbait. And
it can happen.
Went back-to-back 3-pounders. And
that's all he needs right now. I mean, he needs 2 3-pounders.
Yep.
There's one.
Oops, Steve Lopez is hooked up right now. Little one. That we would call a mega dink.
Yeah, it is a small one. He's our only angler right now that's throwing a chatterbait.
Okay.
And he's caught a couple fish. They've been small, but he's caught a couple fish on that chatterbait. His last fish, I think, his last weighable fish might have been on that chatterbait.
Yeah, I think he's got the most fish of anybody today with 4.
Yes, most weighable fish. Yep.
Yeah, I guess I would. Mike Mann.
Hands down, Mike Mann has caught the most fish.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be in the 20 range as far as numbers of fish he's caught.
Yeah, he had that mini smallmouth program dialed in for a while there.
Yeah.
He was in Dinkville.
So what's interesting is I fished a lot of years against Mike in tournaments, and we had ended up one tournament day, and I think I had explained a little bit this yesterday. We ended up at that bridge that he was at, and he was on one side of the bridge and I was on the other side of the bridge, and we're casting underneath the bridge. And being friends, Mike and I, we didn't care that each other was there. We were respectful. We were joking back and forth, and Mike's casting that little centipede worm under there, and he wasn't getting bit, and the ones he was catching were small. My tournament partner and I were casting a jig under there, and everything we were catching were 2.5 to 3 pounders. And I was giving Mike a hard time that you throw little baits, you're going to catch little fish. And Mike, being the good sport he was, he laughed and we joked about it, and we both went our ways, and we joked about it after the tournament was over. But that little worm, it's going to get you bites. That's one thing that's going to do. It's going to get you bites all day long.
Yep.
Look at this coming.
Might have been part of the reason he went to the jerk bait, maybe?
I don't know. Mike's getting a little taste of that east wind right there.
Yes, he is.
Let's try this a different way. Get you out here.
Spin the boat 180, you mean?
Trying.
Yeah.
It's kind of difficult for some reason. I don't know why.
The back end wants to suck in.
And then I go and do that. Now I got control.
Looking live at Nick Shirts here. He needs a fish bad. Looks like he's got a big bait on too.
Throwing a spinnerbait.
Any idea what jerkbait Mike's throwing? Somebody just asked. Lucky Craft?
Yeah, it looks like a Lucky Craft, yeah. Maybe a Pointer 100.
I'll share those Lucky Craft Pointer 100s in the chat. I agree with Charles. Bass guys do seem to love expensive jerkbaits. See a lot of guys grabbing the mega bass ones and things like that.
Yeah. In the walleye world, I don't know if there are any real expensive crankbaits, are
No, not $14 to $25. Nope. I mean, customs are up in that $12 range,
Right.
But that's custom, you know, not
Right, that's typically a $5 crankbait.
5 to
that's
7.
custom
Yep,
painted.
custom
Sure.
painted. Yep.
Hey, no need to catch them. I don't think. You know.
Yeah, Lopez has had a good day. He's sticking with the plan like he had the other day, and flipping these channels. Looks like he's in one of the channels he was in on day
I guess
one.
I can find some secondary stuff out here, you know, if there is, along this wall here.
Joel, that's probably true. We're not going to tell Brian that comment, though. Jeremiah, that's a great question. I have not seen any of the anglers using Garmin Panoptics this week at all. They may have it and be using it, but I haven't seen anybody really keen in on it like we did the walleye guys.
Right.
I mean, I know Nick Schertz has the Garmin, the new one, the perspective mode. I know he has that, but I haven't really seen him keen in on it, but he might be.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, here we're looking at Brian Eisch. I think he has it. I think we're looking at 2 Garmin units up
He
front
has 2
there.
Garmins for sure, yeah.
I think he has it on his trolling motor. I think he did give us a little shot on day 1, a little view of
That's
what
right.
he was looking
Somebody
at.
did, yep. I think when he was fishing out in the lake or whatever, yeah.
What?
He couldn't get him going, but he was showing us he had some fish on the screen.
Right.
That's right.
I'm down 7 pounds.
Do you make these?
Yeah.
Like you got like molds and stuff here?
Yeah, I got like 60 some molds.
Oh yeah. That's fine, like garbage.
I'm not out of this, but I'm behind. I need 3 good fish to pass him. It's gonna be tough to do.
Told me not to tell you.
Huh?
Told me not to tell you.
Hard to do with an hour left, but I'm gonna try.
Well, the city go out the Thursday.
Well, I'm fishing tomorrow regardless. So.
You just heard the mental game with Brian Eisch, right? So he's moving right now. He realizes he's down 7 pounds. He said to himself, he's not out of it, but it's going to be tough. He knows, he understands what he's up against.
Yep.
His back's against the wall right now. He's got an hour to go. At 7 pounds with the average size of the fish, he probably needs 3 bites.
For sure.
I mean,
I think so.
It's pretty unlikely with the biggest fish being just over 4 pounds that he's going to get 7 something with 2. It is possible.
It is.
But, he needs to get on a group of fish really quickly or he's running out of time.
Yeah, the bite's been tough. And they all know that. When you're only, with Lopez here having 4 fish is the most weighed today, bite's tough. So at this point you hate to say you gotta swing for the fences, but that's really what these guys that are behind have to do.
If you're down 3 bites right now, you sort of got to get somewhere where you have, maybe it's a old spot, it's a memory bank spot, it's whatever, but it's got to be somewhere where you think there's a remote glimmer of hope that you could put 3 fish in an hour. It has to be.
Right. Yeah, you either go to a real great confident spot or you change areas completely just to give yourself some fresh perspective.
And hope. Sometimes it's just mental, right?
It is.
When you've beaten that same shoreline up for 4 hours and haven't got bit.
Yes.
It wears on you and you almost tell yourself, I don't think I can get 3 out of here.
Right, that it's not a bait presentation thing. It's not a, you might be around fish. They just might not be biting today. And
so
that
sometimes,
change
like
of
you said,
perspective is great.
Just different view, telling myself I could turn this corner, get in this channel, and it could be just loaded with fish and I could just pound them.
Right.
Probably not, but it could happen.
And every tournament angler, I think, would agree that a lot of your best days of fishing are the days you're out fun fishing. You're practicing.
The girls
you're just
at work want a shout out.
doing something that, hey, this might be good. And sometimes tournament days have to be that way. If you bite stuff like this, and if you're sticking to what you're doing no matter what, sometimes that can backfire on you a little bit. You just have to be open-minded, and that's a very difficult thing to do. I know it may sound easy from sitting here in the chair, but with the amount of years that you've got tournament fishing myself,
after I got done here, and
sometimes you just have to
so then I went
suck
home
it up
got
and
it ready for tomorrow. So sorry I didn't
make a change.
respond to you, but I probably will this afternoon. Thank you for all the support. I definitely love it.
Chatland, are you hearing us okay, or is there any sort of audio issues for the announcers right now? Let us know in the comments. thank you. Maybe had somebody that had a audio issue at home, so we just wanted to confirm it if it was them or us. So
One thing
thank
nice
you
about
very
the
much.
wind takes the line out. Huh, only one hit through there. That's weird.
Back out to Justin Koput.
Yeah, he's really impressed me today. I
Yeah.
mean, for a young fisherman, obviously, who, quite frankly, I said on live yesterday had a meltdown, and he basically has showed extreme maturity, and he's really proven to me that he's obviously a very good stick.
Definitely. You know, he's not new to the fishing scene and the tournaments. You know, you think he's a Bass Nation member and made a state team through Ohio, so he's a good angler.
Looking live at Nick's shirts here. Nick's got to get rolling. We're down to almost an hour. Nick's looking heavy, and he's moving pretty fast. He's looking for an aggressive fish that's ready to bite, and he needs one bad. The matches are starting to separate. Justin's up 9 pounds. Man's up 5 pounds 3 ounces. Mang Lee's up 10 pounds 11 ounces. And Lopez is up almost 11 pounds now. So these matches are starting to separate. It's kind of the opposite, Troy, of what we had yesterday. I mean, while, you know, in fishing, technically 2 fish is somewhat close. In the way that fishing's been, it's kind of not. You know what I mean? Some of these guys don't even have 2 fish, and they've been fishing for 4 of their 5 hours. So they need it to happen.
What is going on here?
Down to an hour. 59 minutes and 20 seconds. Troy, I mean, you know this system really well. Let's say you were struggling right now, and you were one of these gentlemen that are finding themselves down, whatever, 2 to 3 fish, and you were fishing the back channels like everybody has. What would be your move right now with an hour to go? Knowing what you know and what you've watched for how many days? What bait, what area, what would be your move? You got 5 minutes to make
Honestly,
that call and move.
I think what I would, in the last hour, 2 hours or so, I think what I would have done is I would have went to the outside of all of these cuts.
Okay.
If I can run from cut to cut to cut and channel, I'd fish the outsides of them.
So actually out in the lake?
Out in the lake, where leading in, fish the first 50 to 60 yards into these channels and then back out and fish the outsides, fish the docks that lead into these areas. We're obviously seeing that there's fish in there, but they're small.
Right.
Which means these females haven't moved in, and if they have, they're just not biting.
Right.
But being able to, now it depends on the wind, depends if I was on Lake Poygan or Lake Winnebago, but fishing the outsides and maybe the first 50 yards of these cuts is, that's what I think I would do.
Because you think more moving in than are actually in at this point.
Exactly. Maybe covering a little bit of water. You know, maybe not slowing down as much, but throwing a crankbait.
I'm sure
doing something like that. A chatterbait's obviously caught some fish today, but yeah, I think that's the route I would go. I would even consider doing that for the entire day of fishing and not just the last couple hours. I just think it's a great strategy right now. These fish are obviously showing these fishermen that they're not in these cuts yet. They're staging on the outside someplace, and when they do that, if you can find the right area, you can put a hurt on them real quick. It can be really good. Again, today I haven't seen anybody throw a crankbait. Yesterday we saw a guy throwing a rattle trap every once in a while. It is a little shocking. It's cold water like this. A crankbait can be a great bait to cover some water. It's a little surprising.
Like 100 shiners probably up right in front of the boat. Sun's out, bass gotta start biting sometime.
Looks like the chat's agreeing with you quite a bit.
Yeah.
They got some choices of their own baits, rattle traps, spinner baits, different things, which is great.
Spinnerbait would probably be one of my first choice for that style. Spinnerbait and a crankbait. I love throwing a crankbait early.
I think Mangley is in full pre-fish mode at this point.
I would agree.
And that's no disrespect to Neil. I just think he knows at this point. He only caught 8 pounds something yesterday, I think.
Right.
He knows. Maybe he had more than that, or Monday. But he was, he didn't have a monster bag at any rate. He realizes how tough it is to get to 10 pounds in these conditions in 5 hours, let alone in an hour.
Yep.
I think he's going to start changing some stuff. He's going to start playing with some stuff and see if he can't get another bait or two in his box that he's got a lot of excitement on.
Like,
Looking live here at Mike Mann and Nick Schertz. This is kind of that heavyweight battle we expected today that didn't really turn out. Nick has just not been able to put it together today after just an incredibly impressive day yesterday. Right. He's not done, but he's running out of time.
Yes.
He's 2 bites away.
My phone did something. Yeah, he still only has a 3-pounder, huh? Okay.
Looking live here at Justin again. He's casting and retrieving something now. A crankbait maybe, or almost look like a jerkbait or a crankbait. Wasn't he casting? Didn't we feel like he was casting a ripstop or something yesterday, or was that someone else?
No, that was Mr. Peters, I think,
Okay.
is throwing a jerkbait. It looks like he might be throwing a chatterbait here.
Yeah, definitely not a crankbait.
Yep. He's back at that little corner right there where he caught his last nice fish, I think. My bet is he's going to flip at that corner again.
Just gotta squeeze in here quick.
Looking for something specific, too.
Chip, I agree. Nobody's throwing a square bill. I said that the other day. I was still been shocked. Nobody's been throwing a crankbait.
Looking at that hummingbird unit up front, I think that's that 360 view, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what it looked like to me, which is similar to a Panoptix or Live Scope, which is what people were asking earlier.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my rattles. I'm gonna see if I can throw a rattle in that jig and see if that'll make a difference. Maybe get that big one to bite again, or some other ones.
Playground out here.
I can remember where I put them.
That's unfortunate. We haven't seen Matthew boat a fish yet today.
No.
Not even a short.
You can see our rotating clicker at the bottom there is brought to you by Sportomotive. That's one of our other sponsors. Along with the Reel Shot and Omega Custom Tackle.
This water's pretty stained in here.
Just, you know, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat just feeling like Nick Schertz at any minute is going to put a fish or two in the boat and make this a tight match, but so far today it just has not happened for him, but I just feel like it's going to.
Well, and I think looking at this now, seeing where Mike is fishing,
Talk about a feeding
when he
spot,
looked
you know?
back at the app and realized that Nick only had 3 pounds yet, you know, I think that was going to be Mike's decision.
Here we
Hey,
go
is it
again,
getting
I think.
close? Do I need to go back to my primary area and,
Right.
and try to put more fish in the boat? Or right here, he might be pre-fishing just a little bit. We haven't seen him in this spot before. This isn't far from where he just was, but
Yeah, you know, the interesting part for Nick is if he ends up picking up a 3+ pounder here, he's going to be kicking himself about that 2-pounder he
Correct.
forgot to enter in.
Yep.
At the time when that happened, you felt like he was going to be all right anyways because he sort of had just caught a fish. He caught that one. It was like, okay, he's going to get it rolling now,
Yep.
kind of like he did yesterday. But then
Yep.
he's just sort of hit a rock here or hit a wall.
Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, the springtime channel fishing, when it is this early, can be very inconsistent. And as we've seen, some guys are in the right channels and they can get bites, and the other guys are just, you know.
So, Justin's at 9 pounds.
Is that 9?
Yep.
You hear Matthew Ward just got the update, and he had a big.
6 and a 4. What I need now.
Oh boy.
6 and a 4, he says.
Yeah, he's cutting the number down. He's not even looking for 3
Numbers,
fish. He's looking
no.
for 2 bites.
And, you know, 6 isn't out of the question. I haven't seen too many 6s, a lot of 5s. But
Oh.
it's springtime. They're there.
I'm sure he'd take a 5 and a 4
Yep,
right now.
I'm sure.
12, 11, so yeah. Give him 50 minutes.
That excites you.
Right.
Mike Mann's getting a workout with that anchor today.
Maybe we're going to get another lesson on how to toss it.
Well, he's got a broken line there, so hopefully he doesn't toss it with the broken rope. That would be a lesson.
Yep.
I don't know if he'd ever live that one down.
I don't need this anymore today.
Stephen Mangley did not catch a bunch of smallies this morning. He started in a smallie spot, he blanked, and then he ended up running to the back channels and picked up largemouth. I think he's got 4 largemouths, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Multifaceted gentleman, for sure.
And like we said before, he's catching them all on a jig.
Yep.
You know, Monday he caught his smallmouth on a jig, and today catching them on a jig.
Pell Lee had kind of a cool comment in the chat, funny comment. He says it's a match of a walleye pro versus the anchor pro.
The hand anchor pro.
Hand anchor pro, yes. Yes. Probably Mike is the only guy in the tournament without spot lock, so he's doing it old school.
Yep.
And he's showing the boys you can catch plenty of fish
Either
without
way.
anchor lock.
Exactly.
Yep. Looking at Brian Eish here. Sun's come out a little bit. Can kind of tell that by his sweatshirt being visible now. I like his humor a ton. He's got to be a fun guy.
I don't know Brian personally. I know he's in our bass club. He's in the Great Lakes Bass Anglers, and but it sure sounds like he's one hell of a guy.
Somebody asked here what happens if the weight ties. I can take a minute and bring up the head-to-head fishing rules. Somebody did? Oh yeah, there we go. I think our partner, Matt, he's on the outside out there, hot to trot, handling the chat for us. What a man. Matter of fact, a couple more minutes and Hot to Trot's going to come in here and take over. Wow, Mike Mann's sister said if he wins the tournament, she's going to send him a whole case of potato chips. Must be his favorite potato chips.
Must be.
Middlesworth. Sounds like enough motivation to make it happen. That could be a good nickname, Mike the Anchor Man. That might be the new H2H nickname for this bass event so far, Mike the Anchor Man. I like it,
Nice.
Cheyenne. Good one. That one might stick. Live look at Nick's shirts here. Boy, it's been pretty dead here for a while.
Yeah.
For everybody. That's pretty funny. Nice comment, Brad Fuller. I love it. Bryce says if he was Matthew's cameraman, he would have probably thrown up by now. Yeah, I don't disagree. Looking through that camera all day, bouncing around.
We actually thought that was going to be a possibility. We didn't. That's tough looking through that camera. The lake's looking a lot more fishable right now. I don't know if he's in a spot that's a little more protected, but I'm guessing he wishes that it was like this all day.
All right, I'm going to bring in Hot to Trot to finish this thing out.
What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing out there? This is a awesome day of fishing. Just spent the last hour sharing links that nobody got to view.
Oh, yeah? They weren't going through?
Yep. Those are people's no wonder they're not shopping at therealshot.com. They can't see the links. Well, let's get everybody caught up here as we're closing in on the final 39 minutes here. You want to go over some of the battles, or you want me to do it, Troy?
You got it.
All right. So right here, we're looking at Neil Wazinski. Wa-Meng Lee has a nice, comfortable lead over him. He has 4 total bass in the boat for 10 pounds, 11 ounces. And Neil's still looking for his first scoreable 2-pounder. Roll down the scoreboard here, the Way Live scoreboard. We got Steve Lopez and Brian Eisch. Steve is at 15 pounds, 14 ounces with 6 fish. His largest of the day is 3 pounds, 8 ounces. Brian is 13 pounds, 5 ounces behind with 1 scoreable bass at 2 pounds, 9 ounces. Then we go down. We got Justin and Matthew. Matthew's still grinding out there, huh?
Yep.
He's looking for that.
He said he's looking for a 6 and a 5.
Gotcha.
Or a 6 and a 4.
So he is 9 pounds behind Justin. He has 3 total fish. His biggest, a 4-pound, 2 ounce. So he has 9 pounds flat. There's another look at Matthew out there, and looks like he's walleye fishing right now.
Dragging 2 tubes.
Dragging 2 tubes.
Which maybe it can be a 6 and a 4.
Right.
Which would be unbelievable.
So now here's a fin fact. We'll get that covered real quick here. So if, let's say, the right-hand rod goes off and the left-hand rod goes off shortly after that, well, he's battling that one on the right-hand side. I know it'd be tough. So he sets right, sets left. He has to get one of those in the boat first, weigh it, and then he has to go back and fight that.
Yep. Weigh it, enter it in his app.
Enter it into the app, and then enter that fish on the left-hand side.
Yes.
Walleye fishing, you have rod holders. I'm not sure what you're going to do with a bass boat.
I don't know.
So,
I'd be afraid that the fish would spit the tube. I would almost open my bail and let the line go just so that the fish hangs onto it and it's not pulling on your line. I don't know. That would be an interesting predicament.
So
awesome.
To quote the movie Dodgeball, this is a bold strategy, Cotton. Then we roll down here to what a lot of people thought would have been a shootout here, to Mike Mann and Nick Schertz. It's still anybody's game, don't get me wrong. Nick is 5 pounds 3 ounces behind Mike. Three total bass for a grand total of 8 pounds 3 ounces, and Nick has got 1 scoreable bass at 3 pounds even. So there's kind of your catch up there. You're on the Omega Custom Tackle. It's lined up on the scoreboard. I can respond by sharing the rules to head-to-head fishing.
Right, Stu. Trolling is legal, whether it's a bass event or a walleye event, and 2 lines at one time is perfectly legal. But like you said, like Matt said, if he does hook up on one of these rods and the other one does hook up also, he has to land one fish, weigh it, enter it in his app, and release it, and then fight the other fish and land it and weigh it. Can't do it 2 at a time.
Nope. And I think that would be as amazing as we watch the walleye guys do it. I think it'd be even a bigger feat if a bass guy could pull that.
It'd be amazing.
Pull that strategy off there. So again, thank you very much to the sponsors of Head to Head Fishing. It was awesome. I shared some amazing links earlier. I feel so bad that nobody got to see my amazing text work. But Sportamotive, been in the business for 35 years, carries some outstanding brands. You got the Nitro line, Tracker, Sun Tracker, Tahoe, Triton Trailers, Mercury Outboards, Polaris, ATVs and UTVs and snowmobiles.
Let's see.
As I was patrolling their website too, they have new and used inventory as well on all those. And they are a fully certified Mercury and Polaris service center. The other thing too is only 97 dealers in the nation have won the prestigious CSI award, and we are one of them, says Sportamotive. So make sure to give them a shout out. Full service department. They also have some areas on their website where you can check it out. They offer some financing. You can message them on there by their contact board. So check out Sportamotive. Then we go to Omega Custom Tackle, where Brad Fuller just had that very nice comment for me there in the chat. I responded. So Brad Fuller and his wife Michelle, family operated small business, which is Omega Custom Tackle. They've been the owners since 2016 and have done a phenomenal job. Just like Brian Eisch, Brad's a veteran.
Yeah, looks like Steve Lopez has really padded his
I don't know
lead.
what I could do different, other than not miss the fish I missed. I know one was a good miss, but the rest felt like panfish.
So in the time I was away, did we get any water updates or anything on temperature?
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
No, I've been trying to watch and look on their graphs to see if I could see it. No, I haven't been able to see anything.
You know, if you and Russell are here, Troy, I wouldn't mind going out there and doing the reports live on the water.
Wouldn't be bad.
Could do some temperature updates. Could do some Skype interviews.
As long as everybody's not out on the lake when it's
True.
blowing.
Yeah,
15,
obviously, I'm
right?
not going out there and sitting next to Matthew Ward and doing an interview. Bo, are you saying the water temps are 48? See, who says that? Somebody
Back
wanted
out
to
live to Nick Shirts.
Somebody wanted an event on Big Green. We know that Big Green has good cell coverage. Oh,
whoa!
Tiptoe and pucker.
That's a good one.
Holy smokes.
Nice. That's a good one.
This could cut that lead down real quick.
Just can't get a break with this wind.
So what you're looking at here, this is a replay of a fish that Nick caught. You can look in the bottom there. He has a grand total of 6 pounds 2 ounces now with 2 fish.
Yep.
He's cut that lead down to 2 pounds 1 ounce.
Which, if we were looking back and he did not make the mistake of not weighing that, you know, not entering that fish, he would still be down by 1 ounce. But
right.
Wow. Either way, right now, if it was 1 ounce or if it is now, he's 1 fish away.
He's 1 fish away, especially with 30 minutes left here.
Good quality fish.
Yeah.
And that's what he caught yesterday, and he showed that. So, again, he went yesterday. He went back-to-back 3-pounders. He does that here. He's got the lead.
Yeah, this is when it gets fun. This is when we want people on the chat to
30 minutes.
Share it. That's a great glove look right there. I'm kind of trying to tell what kind of glove that is. Doesn't look like a fish monkey. But yeah, share this for everybody. Get it out there. Subscribe, like, comment, all that great stuff. Because in these last hours, especially these last half an hours here, it gets super, super exciting. Mangley.
I have a feeling Ming is in practice mode here.
Kind of fishing for tomorrow. Steven Lopez. Is he throwing a bladed jig?
Looks that way, yes.
Could be a rapture. So if I share the rapture here, you should see it there. There you go. So Bola seems to be out fishing today. He said, I talked to Brian today on the water, and his dip might weigh 2 pounds. That's a man's game, he says. It's It's interesting, Kyle. After you left the chat, it's been nothing but positive stuff. I'm not sure what that really means. People are interested in how to fish H2H events. Hey, I was wondering, Kyle, since you're standing here, is it called Marble Eye Madness? Okay, I didn't see it on here at all. Is it full? For surely full. Oh, I can't share it to that one. I gotta share it to the YouTube one. There, here's the link to the registration page. There's some areas left for lacrosse and walleye now. We just announced that one this morning, right? Justin asked, I had to, he was busy for a while. He asked if Matthew Ward has moved. No.
He's still in the lake.
Still
somewhere.
out there.
Still in the lake.
Less stressful than last time.
Matt Rest says, didn't see the link. Here, I'll share it right with you here. Are you saying the registration link, Matt? I'm assuming so.
Hanging out, watching a little fishing.
That's cool. So I'm curious now if Mike has checked his app to see if he's that close. Maybe he would make another decision and make a move. So I think we might see Steve here doing a little pre-fishing also. Doing a little bit what I said I would be doing in this event is fishing on the outside of these openings, outside these cuts. You know, fishing these weed flats, maybe moving up, fishing these docks that are on the outside where these fish could stage to get ready to move into those channels. And if he comes up with something here, he could be really deadly in the next 2 days. He's obviously caught some good fish in these channels, and if he can add some area on the outsides to these, he could be really deadly.
Are we live now or done? Because you get the boring.
Is Neil making a change here as he still looks for his first head-to-head 2-pounder? Adam Buss asked earlier, how big was that fish that Nick forgot to enter? Was that 2 pounds?
It was exactly 2 pounds even, yep.
So depending on where Matthew moved, though, it's not quite as rough.
Yeah, it's looking really good now.
Yeah, it's getting windier. It's fun ride back.
So remember here as we close in on 20 minutes, H2H10 gets you 10% off therealshot.com. We have all the Omega awesomeness up there as of right now, so you are able to go on there and pre-order for the tungsten weights that they offer as well. All the H2H hats, stickers are on there as well if you want it into mouth. Go to therealshot.com. Before you check out, enter H2H10. Otherwise, you might not get that code.
There goes something swimming. There goes, no, suckers. Suckers.
For Nick.
Oh shit.
It's interesting to see Mike.
He was just
Georgia.
updated.
How much time's left?
22 minutes.
Yep.
He was
That's why I
just
say
updated
it's interesting
there.
to see that he's doing what he's doing, maybe not knowing that he is only 2 pounds and an ounce ahead of Nick.
Yeah, he was just updated there, and
the wheels are spinning in
now
his head right now.
Yeah, good call.
Puts a whole new level of stress to the angler when he can find that out and know that he's only got 20 minutes. Then it's, geez, do I just hold on for 20 minutes and just hope, or do you really try to make something happen?
Mangley's got one. No, Rapala is still not open yet. Now we got word it's they're looking at May 1st.
I think you put the scale in there.
Zeros.
Got it.
What? Wow.
Oh, bummer. Crushing it, go.
So that's that Rapala high contrast scale. Seeing right there, those are on pre-order.
Yeah.
I think that's why people are asking once Rapala decides to open.
It's nice right here. Out of the wind.
Yeah, it is.
Sun coming down. I'm just gonna chill out right here.
Does Madison event have any openings? Brad
Oh, this
Fuller's
right here is
asking.
perfect.
A lot of questions today on what happens if the cell phones die. Well, as you can, yeah. Oh, there's Mike Mann
Hooked up. Catch one right here. Please be of weight. I touched.
Yeah, 2-minute penalty.
Interesting.
He's close, isn't he?
That's gonna. I think that
Boy.
fish is gonna weigh, and he's gonna have to serve a
He'll
2-minute penalty.
Yeah,
as
he'll
well.
be lucky if it weighs, and be good if he's got to sit down for 2 minutes. If he doesn't weigh, it's going to be a tough penalty.
Zeros.
Zeros confirmed. It's a chunk.
He's a chunk. Aha, 2-3.
2-3 confirmed.
Okay, we won't go back up there.
Penalty needs to be served then.
Yep. What's up, guys? How's it going? That one put me over the top. 2-3, right?
2-3, yeah.
Been a beautiful day with all this crap. Used to come here many, many years ago. And tomorrow will be a different day, and tomorrow another day.
Got some fans on shore there. I think the word about head-to-head's gotten out a little bit. Troy, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, with the 10,000 likes, and people are sharing it all over the place.
Yep. Speaking of sharing it, right now is a really great time to help support us. Share it, like it, subscribe it. You can find it everywhere. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, the website.
Puts a little pressure on Nick with Mike's last fish there, with only 15 minutes left to go. It's like he's pitching a jig now.
Yep. Oh, right away.
Like that. Doing the Ike and Ellie scramble there.
Oh, in the boat.
Boy, another nice fish.
Barely hooked, too.
Yep. But I'm wondering if he knows that Mike just caught one.
Let's go. Switch to a swim jig.
Maybe a 2.5.
Come on.
Said he switched to a swim jig.
There we go. Zeros.
Got it. Let's see this big boy.
Two 9.
2-9.
2-9.
Right, get him entered.
Gotcha.
I think 5-10 minutes ago they called weight and he was still at 8.5. Or yeah, 8.5. So unless he's caught something.
Says I'm down to pound 11 yet, and that's cute, huh?
I'm on the edge of my seat right now. This is awesome. Mang Lee just looks like he's hanging out.
Yeah, he made a comment before. He said, it's really nice right here. Out of the wind, in the sun. I think I'm just going to hang here, he said. So he's got a comfortable lead. No need to go stick any more fish if I was him.
Yep.
I'd be doing the same thing, maybe practicing a little bit.
Get out of the wind. A lot of people are saying he should just turn right around and try to catch that fish again.
You know, what's great about this format too is they have 12 minutes and 30 seconds to fish. They don't have to make a run back to a weigh-in to get their fish weighed in. So regardless of where they're at in the lake, they still got 12 minutes to fish.
Right.
You know, so, you know, if it was a weigh tournament and Nick was on the other side of Lake Poygan and he's got to make a run back, he doesn't have that much time. He's, you know, it's a great thing about this format.
Yeah, you get the full 5 hours.
Yep.
And especially, you know, they get a little bit of drive time in the mornings to, you know, ease on gas, save on wear and tear. So it's definitely angler friendly. John says if Nick loses, you got to interview him to find out where his brain was at when he didn't weigh that fish. You'll be still in it tomorrow. That's the cool thing about the new bracket format. A lot of people are like, "Why are we watching the matches that aren't even close? Go back to the tight battles." We gotta show everybody a little love here. Spread the. They all paid to be here, so I didn't read what his sweatshirt said.
Yeah, I'm not too technologically savvy.
Troy, got another fin fact for you. You just heard that Brian hit that dock, right?
Yeah.
Myself and a couple other guys are the founders of Dock Dingers United.
One got away.
That's good.
We prefer to let the fish know we're coming just to even the odds a little bit.
It
So
makes it so tough because it's like the line just keeps moving without feeling the weight.
we are looking for more members. If anybody else wants to join Dock Dingers United, it's a fun group.
Be a good name for a club, bass club. Yeah, Nick's got 9 minutes, a little over 9 minutes here to put one fish in the boat. One fish is all he needs.
Asking you shall receive. Brian brings the battle that everybody's interested in right here.
Try a couple of these spots here quick on this side.
And some good ones.
Going into it. Yep, 10 minutes. I just got to go back so I can go into it up this side. There's only about 3 or 4 targets that could have one.
Something bit it on the way by.
And I might as well be set up to hit them right.
You can hear a little urgency in his
Or
voice.
not. So I'm just going down to about the end of this culvert.
No update, right?
No update. And spinning around and 1 10-minute pass up here, and that's going to be it.
A couple of people said I should make that a shirt.
I always fish a boat.
Winner of the meetings.
That's in the book for sure.
Right.
Whoa. Pontoon dingers are us. Here's one, backlashes are us. That's a pretty good one.
You got water? You got done much?
Mike just showed his age right there.
How deep is it? It's about 7 guides deep
Yep.
here.
About 6.5 feet.
While we have a slight break here, let's hit up our awesome sponsors information one more time. Sportomotive, been in the business for 35 years. Carry outstanding lines, anything from nitro boats, tracker boats, Polaris ATV, UTVs, and snowmobiles. Full-fledged service center.
Well, I must at least be somewhat entertaining today, keeping her interesting. I really buckled down till I figured out which part of this thing they were in here, because they moved from when I found a few fish in here on Sunday.
Also, one of 97 other dealers in the nation to win a CSI award. So that's Sportomotive. Really easy. Just check them out. That's sport-o-motive.com. Finally, a big shout out to Omega Custom Tackle, Brad and Michelle. Veteran and family operated business. They've owned the company since 2016. Brad is like we said, a veteran, and Michelle is a guidance counselor at our local school. At their local school, they have 2 teenage daughters, and they're very involved in their local community. So make sure to support them, and you can support them in ways by going to the Real Shot, one of our final sponsors.com, and entering that H2H10 code. Gives you 10% off your purchase. Make sure you enter it though, otherwise you might find yourself like Nick Shirts and forget to enter it and not get it. So Brad and Michelle have some amazing bass baits, jigs out there. Awesome spinner baits, buzz baits.
It's the only match that's close yet.
Jesus. Well, they can't go away right now, that's for sure.
So theirs is really easy. It's just omegacustomtackle.com. You also hit them up with a couple of hashtags when you're using their tackle. Here's hashtag the jig is up and hashtag feel the bite. So on social media, make sure to give them a like, follow.
So what you're saying is catch one.
5 minutes, 25 seconds remain here.
I caught one yesterday, catch of the day. Don't need it right now, but that slot pile back there just looks good.
So don't forget, as we close in on the final 5 minutes, we have awesome interviews coming from the water. And we're back here right away tomorrow again. We're fishing starting at 8 o'clock. Implementing that new bracket that we put it active here for the Bago Bass Bash. This gives everybody a bigger chance to win. I'm sorry, to get more airtime, makes it more entertaining.
Come on, say it's over.
These are some stressful few minutes here for both of these guys.
Notice the tactic here from Nick. He just put down that bait caster. He's picking up the spinning rod.
Yeah, it might be pitching that Nico rig again like he was fishing earlier.
Came off a branch, I thought it was it.
There's no one under there.
Whoa, there goes a jig. Wow.
It's amazing how far they cast when they're not tied on.
Maybe that guy in short can grab his jig for
maybe.
him.
Better that way than losing a fish, I guess.
What was that about? What time we got?
4:56.
Come on. That was good, Mike.
Jeez. Jeepers. Just not a bench here. Let's see if we can get one.
All right, so we're on 3 minutes here. So it kind of looks like some of the guys that will be advancing will be Mang Lee, Steve Lopez. Obviously, with the new bracket, some of these guys will get to fish tomorrow as well. But the winners are, I'm announcing right now, Mang Lee, Steve Lopez, Justin, and then we got this battle right here with 2 minutes 45 seconds.
1 pound 11 ounces separating these guys.
This is the corner.
Now remember, if Nick were to hook up in the final seconds, that fish has to be above the gunnel and in the boat in order for it to count. All right, there's your 2-minute warning here. Better call an audible or a hot route and put a
Had that same damn bite.
2-pound bass in the boat.
That's it. How do they do that?
1:30.
What?
Minute 30.
Oh, okay.
59 seconds remain. .20 seconds remain here. Remember, if Nick were to hook a fish, it has to be in the boat before the time buzzer. 10.
Less than 30 seconds.
I just had a bite right there. Probably a pike the way it hit though.
To get him on, he has to be in the boat.
Yep. Don't worry. He will.
Oh, there it is.
That was close.
Yikes.
Very stressful. My hands are sweaty.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a head-to-head event if it wasn't exciting there in the final hour.
Right.
Those guys did a phenomenal job today. I'm not sure what to really say. That was super, super fun to watch, but a heartbreaker in a couple of ways.
Great competitive anglers.
Yep.
That was very impressive on Nick's part to come back after that mishap early in the morning, which, as we see now, would have helped him move on.
And again, it's easy for us to make those calls here where we
Right.
call it armchair anglers.
Yes.
You know, a lot of people were questioning why did Matthew Ward stay out there and fish that water all day long? Well, he knows there's fish there.
Right.
Just it doesn't always work that way. That's why they call it fishing. So obviously it was a very entertaining day. Thank you everybody for watching this. We're just kind of queuing up the interviews as the winners move on and everything like that. We got the new bracket forward system going on tomorrow. What'd you think? I mean, kind of recap tactics you saw today, Troy, everything like that.
A lot of the same that we saw the first 2 days. Guys are slow fishing, little jigs. Again, I was shocked we didn't see a crankbait. Maybe we'll see that tomorrow in the coming days. But guys stuck with their game plan, as we saw Matthew do, and Steve Lopez still flipping that jig, flipping a soft plastic. He was doing really well. He caught the most fish so far in the tournament.
Are you talking Steve Lopez there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve Lopez weighed six weighable fish today, which is the most in the tournament so far.
Yep.
So obviously he's got something going on that's working.
And there are quite a few fish that were caught under that 2-pound minimum as well. That was, so the fish are moving in every day here more and more into these bodies of water. And, some guys stuck to their game plans from earlier in the day, and then some abandoned those really quickly.
Yep.
So I was kind of more behind the scenes. Did Mike spend a lot of time near that bridge after that morning session, or did he move away?
Once he moved away, he left. He was gone. He never went back.
He made kind of a move then.
Yeah, and I think that had to do something with the lead that he had.
Yep.
Knowing that I don't want to beat these fish up, because if I keep this lead and I win, I want these fish for tomorrow.
Yep.
Which I think was a good idea. You know, we'll hear from Mike, and maybe he'll give us a little insight on that.
He's usually good for a couple choice words, so let's find out what Mike Mann's got to say.
And the suspense.
Mike Mann's the winner. Yeah. Yeah. Third delay.
Thank you, Mr. Largemouth. Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Give it to me, Mike.
Today was totally different than what I thought. Literally, I thought we would have much more better fishing today, but there again, east wind showed up, and fish do not like east winds. But we'll work hard tomorrow. I still had a lot of spots I haven't even touched yet. I'm trying to save my fish, as you noticed, and it's been kind of screwing me at the end of the day. It's pretty damn scary. But we'll pull it out hopefully tomorrow. Oh, I just got to fish against Justin. We'll be all right. He's good shit. We'll have a good time. Probably see some different stuff tomorrow. It'll be fun. I want to thank everybody for helping out. Thank all the support I got. John Boyle with Orthopedic Solutions. Awesome. He's the man. Austin Schieffer from up in Neenah. He pours a lot of my plastics and stuff. He's a real good pourer. If you need somebody, Schieff's Baits, go for it. Clark Wentland over in Beaver Dam. He does painting of all kinds of lures. I have him touch up all my jerk baits and stuff like that in the springtime, and he's done a lot of work for me. He's real good shit. And of course, Brian Keller up at the Real Shot. I'll tell you, that store has grown and grown. If you like bass stuff and fishing, they got it all. It's been doing really, really well and growing. So, hi Mom and Dad. Hi Wendy and Greg and Kenny. How you guys doing? Love you guys. Sheree, the girls, love you much. Hope everything's going well, and we will see you guys soon. Thank you very much for your time today, guys. Thanks for watching.
Today was still a tough bite. I mean, I got what I needed, which is awesome. It started out good in the morning. I got that big one right off the bat, and I thought it was going to be an awesome start to the day. But I struggled. I didn't get another bite until you guys probably seen a couple hours before the end here, and I finally got into a couple of them. But it's still a tough fight. I'm gonna have to step it up even more each day to be able to hang with these guys. There's some good fishermen in this. I want to thank Head to Head for all they're doing here. This is an awesome format. I want to give a shout out to my family, my friends that are all watching back home, my girlfriend for holding down the fort at home, allowing me to be able to do this. I know my daughter's watching. I love you, Aubrey. I'm gonna get a game plan together tonight, and hopefully I can swing for the fences tomorrow and get some bigger ones. So we'll see how it goes.
I don't know what was seen out there, but obviously the camera was in and out all day today. I just want to thank my wife first and foremost for letting me come here, the guys at work for covering my shifts, and those are long days, so appreciate that, and all the text messages and stuff like that. It was a really, really fun day of fishing. I wish we didn't cut out on some of those bites and stuff like that. I think I got some things going. I figured out something different late in the day that got some bites, so I don't know what was seen. So I'm gonna kind of keep that, but I've been catching most of the fish on a jig my buddy makes. It's the best jig in the world. I've tried them all, and want to give a shout out to him. So been catching them on that, and I got backup plan tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. So it was a really, really good day. Had a lot of fun. Couldn't really go out and pre-fish anywhere else because there's 4-footers out there, so we kind of just messed around for the last little bit, but I think there's a lot of fish coming, and excited to see what we can do tomorrow.
Stuff like that.
I like that I caught some fish today. That was fun. Wanted to go after smallies today, but Lady Bago did not want us to. She is blowing right now. She is mad at us. We're gonna have one heck of a ride back to the boat launch. We had a scramble, left the smallies, ended up going into the channels, catching a few nice largemouth. Get me through to tomorrow. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Happy that I adapted earlier enough and gave up on the smallies right away and just went after the largies, or else who knows, I'd probably be zeroed yet. But
Other than that, congrats to the winners again today, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, perfect. I told you Mike Mann was good for a couple choice
He
words.
He's a great speaker.
But the parts of those interviews that I found were interesting is guys kind of have another different game plan that they're going to throw in for tomorrow already.
Right.
So I'm just like today. I'm super stoked for the rest of the week. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be cool to watch this new bracket system plays out for everybody at home.
Everybody gets to still fish. And
Yep. So again, just kind of like Wah Meng Lee said there at the end, we're back here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for the rest of another day of Bago Bass Bash here. Thank you again to our sponsors, Omega Custom Tackle, Sportamotive, and The Real Shot. Remember, H2H 10 is still active on therealshot.com. And if you continue to shop and support that, that allows us to keep this ad free. When those orders start to slow down, you're going to start to see a couple of commercials, and so make sure you continue to shop at therealshot.com. But other than that, Troy, thanks so much again. You did a great job. Russell did another phenomenal job, and we'll see everybody back here again for 8 o'clock for a Bago Bash.